What up, y'all? Fight fam. What's happening? Mad Brad, Stefan, Richard Campus, Arthur, Big Smoke, Hassan, Black Light, Tinting, my girl K, Merkin. Why they lying? What's happening with everybody, man? There's my guy. Chris,
Yes, sir.
my guy, what's going on, man?
Nothing much, brother.
Are you ready for this?
Oh yeah.
Good, good. Hey, headshot. We're gonna hold off the open conversation. This was kind of a plan. Oh, that's Joey. Joey, we gonna hold off the open conversation till after the vid. But yeah, stick around, man. Definitely want to have your opinion on all this. So the system, volume one, defense. So we decided to go back on the technical side of things. We was going a little further into the politics and business of boxing in the last few streams, and you know what this channel's about. It's about what's going on inside the ring. So just wanted to change gears. Uh, my guy Chris, plenty of boxing knowledge, definitely was on me about it, and I feel him too. But so basically, yeah, we just gonna go through different defensive techniques and all of that. And yeah, I'm gonna let Chris really kind of lead the way a little bit, and I'm just gonna add in. But I made a video matching what we're gonna talk about. So,
So
so
you want me to go ahead and
yeah,
give
go
the
ahead. Yeah, yeah.
synopsis before we
The
start the
the,
video?
the preamble. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. All right. So what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Hopefully everybody's doing well this evening, wherever you're at. Just gonna break down pretty much defense and my perspective of it. So I have some notes to read off here. So basically, the psychology of defense. Defense is the most used category of combat. It is innate within almost all species to have sound defensive mechanisms. Offense is the act of inflicting damage, defense is the act of preservation, the basis of life. Hence its ease of entry when displayed in combat. It is far easier to be defensive than it is to be offensive. Defense, when used effectively, should not only neutralize potentially harmful blows by rendering them ineffective, but to also force opponents into inactivity. Making an opponent defensive is a psychological manipulation before it is a physical one. Forcing an opponent, even briefly, into fighting at the wrong time and place, fleeing from impending danger, or freezing in the midst of the unknown is a psychological skill. The highest level of defense is the ability to disallow the opponent to do whatever it is that they want to do. It's high level intervention. Everything they do is always met with an obstruction of some kind. With that being said, I have something called I, which stands for inactivity and ineffectiveness. Inactivity means to render the opponent into a constant state of discomfort or confusion, typically makes the opponent defensive. And effectiveness is when the offense is either entirely missed or landing in a directly inconsequential manner. So, going on to the next part before we start getting into the operations of the system, the strategies of defense have about 7 points. Some may have their own, may agree, disagree, what have you. But for the first point, self preservation is the protection of life and limb. The second point is timing acquisition, aka pattern recognition. Utility of defense to establish offense in the future. Third point is to reset. It's to take away the position of the potential upcoming or current engagement. The fourth one, counters, is punishment of offensive efforts off of defensive tactics. Fifth point is positioning. That's the landscape of engagements. The sixth point is to demoralize. It's to make an opponent self-conscious of their offensive efforts due to their blows being missed or countered. And to the seventh point, which is dangerous, it's ego. It's showing off. This is showmanship. It's flashy, but it's also incredibly dangerous. So those.
Love it, man. I love it. They get a
I
better
appreciate it,
picture
brother.
when they get a better picture when we go through them as the video plays, you know.
Right.
But without further ado, let's get it. Oh man. First topic is spacing. Very important. The video is going to illustrate a little bit what we're talking about. Chris is going to cook over it. I'm going to add my 2 cents, and then we'll move on. All right.
Absolutely. So spacing is basically defense by stepping backwards and away. The effectiveness of the opponent's offense at a high level comes from the ability to set punches up. This can come from jabs, probes, leads, feints, angles, manipulations, and power punches are effective when a target chooses to maintain a standstill positioning or to be called, or what I call top heavy. It means to be defensive up top as opposed to down low with your feet. This subsequently allows a fighter to fire power punches at the end of their jab or to break their jab range to cut the distance and engage in a closer offensive. The counter to dealing with an opponent who looks for a standstill target and a 50-50 is to increase the spacing between themselves and their opponent. Essentially, it resets the offending fighter's setups to step one and allows the defensive fighter to gain time and space to familiarize themselves with their opponent's tendencies. In a high-level fight, thinking long-term serves a better purpose than short-term executions. It takes time to see patterns, and spacing offers the ability to understand what tools your opponent has and can subsequently take advantage of later on in the fight.
Yeah, that's a fact. Look, he's gonna. Chris is gonna break it down. Hey, Chris is cooking, man. Chris
I
is cooking.
appreciate it.
I'm gonna let him cook too. But just to have a little bit of conversation about it, man, I kind of wish that this was the last thing on the list. You know why?
Yeah.
Because spacing is the a good amount of time the best thing you can do defensively. Um, it's so we're gonna go over head movement. We're gonna go over blocks, parries, shoulder rolls. We're gonna go over all this stuff, right? But the easiest thing to do is take a step back.
Absolutely.
The easiest thing to do is take a step back. You got somebody with blinding speed, blinding hand speed. Man, you're gonna miss some of those shots. If you stand stationary, you're trying to catch and parry all those shots coming at you. There's a good chance that you're gonna get hit by one of those shots. Or say you're fighting a guy that's throwing punches and every single one of them hurts, regardless of what it is, regardless of where it hits. You don't want to catch and parry them shots. You don't want to catch those shots on the shoulder or the arm or anywhere. You especially don't want to catch them, you know what I'm saying, on target areas. So yeah, spacing, I wish was at the very end because it's probably the most important move defensively in boxing. I mean, I don't know. It's arguable, but shit.
You know what? I honestly don't even think it's arguable. I think you are 110% correct. We'll take two fights into consideration that had rematches, and let's look at Sugar Ray Leonard versus Roberto Duran 1 and 2, and let's look at Mayweather versus Maidana 1 and 2. The complexity of both those fights changed drastically when Sugar Ray Leonard and Floyd Mayweather in their respective fights decided to use footwork more as a defensive operation than being top heavy, if you will.
Right.
Again, using their
Yeah.
upper body.
Yeah.
Um,
Hold on, cut you off real quick. Yeah, top heavy is
yeah,
what Ugas did later on in the fight versus Spence.
right,
let me let
right.
me let me let me play a little bit of this again. I mean, top heavy is after all of this. That's top heavy. He was stepping back, doing his thing here, but everybody saw what he did later on in the fight. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're absolutely correct. I mean, to stand there and to deal with an opponent's setup, so it can be a wide variety of basically anything. And people have to understand when it comes to defense, a part of taking defense away, or excuse me, to have solid defense, you have to have anticipation. You have to know what it is that's about to come at you in order to respond correctly to defend against it.
Right.
Um, and if you make the wrong choice, if you parry something that you probably should have slipped, if you slip something you probably should have blocked, there might not be a second chance. So just keep
Facts.
that in mind.
Facts. Facts. Uh, okay. Next in the order, proximity, smother.
So you want me to go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay. So proximity is basically defense by stepping forwards or maintaining ground against an over advancing opponent, aka smother. Proximity is best to it's employed by level changing um, and standing ground against an over advancing opponent or taking a penetration step, which is what that's called in wrestling when you go for a takedown, to move forward and close the distance into a hold or clinch. Now, you're not taking them down. The penetration step is just a way to cut the distance as a guy moves forward. This can allow for inside work. You can then spin, or you could spin to get your back off the ropes. Or the referee can come and break and reset both fighters to then move to the center of the ring. People have to understand one of the best ways to set up proximity is going back to point one with spacing. If you're always moving backwards when an opponent uses aggression, when they get used to the idea that you're always going to move backwards, they may decide, okay, I'm going to need a double jab. I'm going to need a triple jab in order to cut the distance to get close to this guy. You go ahead and you make the adjustment, very subtle, to drop your level as they go aggro, and then you go in. You can go for underhook or a duck under, as it's called in wrestling, and you can tie them up, and you can do what you do from there. You're not always going to be able to get your distance from your opponent. You're not always going to be able to have spacing. So sometimes you're going to have to get defense by colliding with your opponent safely and forcing a reset from there.
Yeah, facts. And I've said this plenty of times before. Look, man, if an intelligent fighter isn't going to fight his opponent at the style that he's best at. If your opponent's an inside fighter, you're never supposed to fight inside with them. It's pointless. Why not control distance? And a part of controlling distance, as you know, the fight is eventually going to be an inside fight at some point. You're not going to maintain distance the whole time. Why not duck, smother, clinch? And what most of these fighters are doing, which is obviously intelligent, is smothering, clinching, and turning their opponents so they have more real estate off the ropes. That's all I got to add to
Absolutely.
that. Yeah, that's you cooked on that one as well.
Thank you, sir. As a Jew, I mean, it's perfectly put.
Yeah, we'll let it run out. All right, bet. Dead zone, traffic.
Okay. So dead zone is essentially the space between two fighters. The occupation of this space can establish the threat of offense, forcing the opponent to resort to a defensive state. It can be used as a tripwire to draw leads to break range control or to sucker the opponent to play the game too, aka hand fighting. And then you could use that hand fighting to leverage into your own offense. In understanding dead space, it it changes in accordance to someone's range, or not the range, but the wingspan, right? Someone who has a longer wingspan than you can punch you from a further distance than you can hit them. But once you get to the point in which you can both hit one another, the occupation of this zone with whatever have you, probes, feints, anything, the punch traffic can force your opponent to feel like they have to keep their hands at home to play defense, even if you haven't actually thrown a legitimate blow yet. If that makes sense.
Guard away from his chin is really just taking an advantage of a fundamental mistake, but can be categorized as a trap as well. Obvious opening left by the drawn guard.
Yeah, this is a wonderful example by Crawford. There's a tripwire. Evasion. So evasion is pretty much cut and dry. Um, it's your upper body defense that relates to your head positioning. Slipping, ducking, weaving, any of those motions. These are typically ways to make offense ineffective. Not necessarily inactive, though. Just because you can move your head doesn't necessarily mean that your opponent is not going to stop throwing blows. As a matter of fact, sometimes it can be dangerous if you're dealing with guys that are skilled at using manipulations, which we'll talk about further along in the video, because you can give up your shoulders, you can give up the back of your neck, and an opponent can put their hands on you physically, grappling wise, to control you and keep you in a position that you don't want to be in for very long. Nonetheless, you still want to be able to move your head because it has implications of how you set your offense up. It can adjust how you present yourself, how you check your presentation, from which side, left, center, and right, you start your offense from. Now for deflection. This upper body defense relates to moving a blow into a different direction. For instance, shoulder rolling. Shoulder rolling, essentially, you're going with the flow of a punch. So for closed stance, orthodox v orthodox, southpaw v southpaw, when you use a shoulder roll, the whole point is to have the right hand go where it goes. You move with the motion of the right hand. And as your opponent finishes the right hand, they will be there for you to counter with the right hand of your own. They may pop back to the center line. They may stay with their weight on their lead foot, which could give you an opportunity for a right uppercut. There are also different options of being able to deflect and to take advantage of the direction that a blow is going to subsequently go with it and to attack from there. Now understand also, if your timing is poor on using something like a shoulder roll, there have been many examples of people getting creased for trying to do it when they have no business doing it. So understand that deflection, if you don't have the proper timing, like with all defensive mechanics, you're probably going to pay for it. So this is definitely a skill you want to practice and hone and put a lot of time and effort into before actually employing in a fight. Now we're on the same timing, right, James? You got your mic on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was talking to myself. Fuck that all the way up. But bruh, I was talking since the last clip.
Really? Man, yeah, I was wondering what was going on, man.
That's my that's funny as hell, fam. Live streams totally different. But look, um, shit, I'm trying to remember what I said on the last clip, but nah. So yeah, I showed a whole bunch of clips of the shoulder roll, but again, I actually thought my mic was unmuted because what you said after you paused was exactly what I was saying.
Really?
Yeah, about the shoulder roll and about how much practice you're gonna need before you employ that, and especially in high level fights.
Yeah.
But yeah, nah, I agree. Let me just say that and just move on. At least my mic is unmuted. This shit is ridiculous.
Oh, good. Little slight technical error.
All right, interception blocking. Go ahead, Chris.
Yes. So interception is just the upper body defense that relates to blocking the trajectory of incoming blows. Just when you're on the center line and punches are going through the center line, you basically want to put your gloves in the direction, your elbows, right, if you're catching a body shot, to intercept where the punch is going to your target area. This is effective in taking away or the immediate target area, right? I'd rather a guy hit me on the arms and on the hands and the elbow than to my jaw and to my liver, to my ribs. However, like you said earlier, with defense, if a guy hits really hard, it's going to be uncomfortable nonetheless. But it's better than nothing. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, facts. Haney, I mentioned Haney, and actually this clip came from a video I was talking about his problems versus southpaws. Now you got to watch which punch, or you got to watch which punch that you take on the gloves. Um, if you noticed, most of the highest level fighters don't take backhands on the gloves or arms or any of that at all. You'll either see what we talked about earlier, like a duck and smother, or you'll see the step back. You'll see something like that. So blocking is very dangerous, but obviously it's a great tool as well. I mean, like Chris said, you'd rather take it on the arms than on the face.
Oh, another example. Andre, he showed for the example when he fought against Quig
Oh
for
yeah,
the level chain. Quig actually was in the motion of trying to go for a catch to block in
yeah,
from the
yeah.
overhand of Andre, and it's really that block in is really weird because it's Floyd also got caught with a similar punch against Chop Chop Corley, left hand, and it's like you think you're protecting yourself, but it's like you're leaving the top part of your head. What is it called? You get hit on the top of the head, the soft spot, the top of the head,
Oh,
temple.
Temple, yeah.
Yeah, you're leaving your temple open when you deal with the backhand of a southpaw. It's a really weird and the way like the Haney example, he's kind of folding himself into the center line, so he's still pretty much right there. I know that was a left hook close stance, but
Hmm.
it's still very tricky. But I just had to add on to that.
Well, yeah. And what was his next move? If that straight came or if that cross came after, he'd have to come over and try to roll his shoulder, and
Yeah,
that's tough, man. You gotta have quick reflexes.
yeah, yeah. The whole goal is to make that motion very small when you go for the catch if you're gonna do it, so that you're not so squared up when you employ a shoulder roll.
Right. And plus, and James Tony will avoid it because he'd be body to body with you.
Yeah,
Now he'd catch that hook, but he'd be able to roll that shoulder over quicker than you bring it over his shoulder. You know what I'm saying? Like when you bring a punch
yeah,
up top and over the shoulder, it's gonna be a lot slower than when you could just throw a cross from what you see on the
right.
screen right now. But let's keep it moving. Manipulation, boxing gem's favorite.
Oh yeah, mine too. Um, so manipulation, aka grappling, is the physical control of head, limbs, specifically the arms, because we're in boxing, and trunk, which is the torso, to acquire superior positioning and neutralize offensive efforts. I mean, grappling is an essential part of hand-to-hand combat. Even if you're fighting off the streets, and let's just say the rules are to keep it to hand-to-hand combat, but people are going to try to take each other down, right? It's innate within us to go for that. We're not all just throwing punches and kicks. This defensive skill set has the ability to break an opponent's posture, to gain superior positioning, and ruin their offensive and defensive timing. Essentially, manipulations can be used, like I said, on limbs, trunk, torso, and opponent. You need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, you won't always have the ability to bring your hands home after your offense. There are going to be times when you're going to need to put your hands on your opponent to avoid having counter punches come your way, and sometimes just to stifle their motions as they come forward. I mean, George Foreman is a fantastic. I'm so glad, James, that you used him. Example of being able to control a man to take an angle, whether it be a dual post to the shoulders, to take elbow control and use it as a lever to move off to the right or to the left, and to then utilize his own offense. I mean, there's a huge game when it comes to manipulations that people have to understand. Combat's all about just throwing punches and then bringing them back to your face.
Super facts. Look, I wish I would have added more clips, Chris, because yes, like I said, it's my favorite. I think it's the highest level of skill in boxing, just because of how easy it makes the transition from offense to defense. With relative safety, like more safety than you're gonna get from any other defensive maneuver that you could do.
Right.
Um, yeah. So you control the head, you're fucking with balance and equilibrium. You control the body, obviously you can move him off his base and fuck with his balance. Um, yeah, it's just the highest level of skill, man.
Absolutely. I
I,
mean,
I,
Floyd. Sorry to cut you off.
yeah, go ahead.
Floyd when he fought Zab Judah. You posted up a film study of that, how Floyd was torturing Judah from close
Oh
with
man.
frames, and being able to leverage those frames into his offense was it was a beautiful thing. I mean, again, you're not always going to be able to slip, roll, weave, block. I mean, being able to put your hands on your opponent, it's also it's tough to train against. You know what I mean? You know,
Yeah.
typically with training, guys are training their defense with slips, blocks, again, evasion, deflection, interception.
Right.
Manipulation is something that, unless you understand the game, you probably won't have an answer to it.
Right. Yeah. And you see all those highlights from George Foreman. How do you train getting knocked off your base that much?
Right,
Just from a man pushing you around and controlling your body. You can't really
right.
train for that. You can't really train for that at all. But let's keep it rolling. I think this the end. All right. Disposition, ritualized aggression, the look.
Yeah, so I got to give credit to Barry Robinson from Million Styles Boxing. Fantastic work in terms of understanding disposition, and then from what I bring with ritualized aggression, he does break down disposition beautifully. So I suggest people go to his Instagram, find his content, and really take the time to digest it. But going on from that, ritualized aggression, um, it, it's like a dog showing its teeth. Or if anybody's ever seen tarantulas, it's like tarantulas when they stand up on the hind legs. So it's
Mhm.
a natural defensive mechanism that animals will have in different shapes and sizes, different forms. And so what it basically is, it's the look to provide intent. When a dog shows you its teeth, it's letting you know without contact being made, I'm gonna mess you up if you keep going. If you get closer, you keep touching me, right? It's a defensive mechanism that's meant to put the opponent uh, back. It's to keep them back. And so that look doesn't necessarily mean that something has to happen. It can buy you time, right? And so the
Mhm.
way that happens in a fight is you adjust your hand positioning. You can make yourself look bigger, right? You adjust your pace of motion. You can move slower. You can move faster. You can adjust your head slots, right? By changing your head slots to the lead leg, you can position yourself closer. When you position your head slot to the back leg, it makes you look like you're further away, right? These elements provide a look, again, that could provide a certain context of a fighter's intent, right? That's what makes guys feel like, okay, something might come my way. In high level fighting, really not even high level fighting, but fighting in general, people need to understand that threats, psychological threats, play a major role in an opponent switching from offense to defense and vice versa. If you are skilled at providing a certain look to your opponent, you'll make them feel defensive without anything even happening.
Right. And just to explain, Chris, I know I said I wasn't going to do this, but just to explain the clip. Now, Lomachenko is doing a lot here. You know, I mean, really, really, in this video I put out, I said he was downloading data. But what he's also doing is, if you notice, he's hesitating all his opponent like damn near every single time, because the slip right is how he loads the lead leg for, say, uh, uh, right hook to the body or head. Um, the level change is how he can load his back leg to throw across to the body or head. So while he's downloading data, he's still giving good feints, which hesitates
Right.
his opponent. So it's feinting for defense and offense, really.
Right.
So yeah, man, yeah, like Chris said, a tarantula on his back legs, you're gonna be a little hesitant what you're gonna do. So anything that
Yeah.
hesitates the opponent is essentially defensive.
Buys you time too.
Facts. Up. Wait, let me rewind it. All right. Take 5, disengage.
Yes, sir. So take 5 again. Not to give credit to Barry Robinson on disengagement. Is the ability to use footwork to reset and walk away, circle out from a potential or current engagement. This forces the opponent to pick up their feet and follow the next positioning, subsequently taking away their setup while the other fighter taking 5 can take the lead in their offensive setup. Now, people need to understand, especially for the fans who may not have a lot of experience in fighting or used to watching it, you don't want to take every engagement that you get into. That's not very smart because, again, there are a lot of variables that go into the type of blows that are going to be coming your way. And despite how skilled, even looking at Shakur Stevenson is, he can still get hit. Everybody does. Everybody will. Floyd has been hit, hurt. James Toney has been hit and hurt. Some of the greatest defensive fighters of all time have been hit and hurt. So you have to at times understand when an opponent is looking to go aggro, sometimes, okay, you step away. You notice that they may have the advantage in how they're setting you up. So you go ahead and say, all right, I'm going to take that away from you. I'm going to reset your work. I'm going to force you to pick up your feet. And then when I'm ready to fight, when I'm ready to have my setups, I'm going to dictate when that happens. It's very important to not take every single engagement. Know when you want to engage.
Facts. Well, and to add, you can't set your feet. You can't throw a power. Power comes from the legs, so you're taking that away from your opponent. Yeah. Also, let me talk about the spoiler aspect a little bit. Our last live stream, we had somebody that. How do I describe this, Chris?
You talking about
somebody? We had somebody that thinks that it's their duty to stand there and fight.
Yeah,
which is foolish, man. If you have the opportunity to frustrate your opponent in the ring, you're gonna do it. And I mean, people call it being a spoiler, but this is a way you could do it by disengaging, circling, again, not letting him set his feet, pot shotting, staying outside, staying on your lateral movement. Period.
Absolutely.
Let's let it run out. Jab and lead hand controls. Let's get it.
Yeah, so I call it a foil, because I see it as more than just having your standard jab. But an educated lead hand can dictate the dead zone, what we talked about before, aka the space between two fighters. Having a jab alone is not always a mark of a high level lead, but being able to adjust the pacing and angles of lead hand usage is important. It is essentially the closest hand to the opponent, thus the shortest path of travel. It's very important to vary how you use your lead hand. You see it with posts, you see it in probes, whether that can be a left hook, just adjusting how you utilize your lead hand, because you're not always going to be able to just snap your jab out there, especially if your opponent has skilled jab defense. If they're good at parrying your jab and catching your jab, you may want to adjust and kind of throw a probing left hook to get them to think that you can throw a left hook whenever you want to. Then you can get back onto the jab. You subsequently shown them two different offensive options with that alone, or offensive possibilities. So having a lead hand is very good. You can't just not have a lead hand and resort to power punching whenever you want to. You have to be able to understand the complexity of a fight with a jab and at the end of a jab, and without a jab when you get past the jab range.
Yep. Yeah, I don't have much to add to that, man. Good shit.
All good. Appreciate you.
Good shit. Let it run out. Yeah. Y'all already know what Shakur and Pavot did. They just disturbed forward momentum. They disturbed the front foot step that both Valdez and Canelo take with the lead hand probes and jabs and stiff arms. Totally took them out their game.
Absolutely. You add another thing is to have a highly effective lead hand. You gotta be skilled with your feet. Because if you just stand there and you let a guy pretty much break your jab range, then your jab is ineffective at that point.
Yeah.
So always be willing to take spacing
Yeah,
and to
especially
get your space.
especially a guy that knows how to slip a jab and step in.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're fucked.
pretty much.
You're fucked with your jab hand out. So,
Yeah,
depending orthodox or southpaw, your whole right side, your whole left side is open. But okay, off the tracks, angles.
yeah. So tracks, the position that fighters are in when facing each other. It's the act of getting off the line that you and your opponent are sharing and onto a different one just means that a fighter has effectively taken an angle, either left or right. This angle can be deeper over off to the left or the right, essentially taking away most, if not all, of an opponent's offensive ability and defensive integrity. Most fights occur on the same track. I call that track one. So when you're standing in front of a guy on 50-50, when two fighters standing in front of one another, that's when I'm talking about the line right down the middle of both fighters' stances that they share. Now, when you get off that track and onto an angle, you are neutralizing your opponent's effectiveness in a fight. Again, I would argue probably entirely, depending on how deep you step over. They can't hit you, and defensively, their options are extremely limited.
Yep.
So it's always important to be able to change the angle. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Obviously, the dramatic examples are the Lomachenkos and the Bam Rodriguez's with the front step shuffles around to like those deep weak side angles. But as you can see, yeah, Crawford does it just fine as well. You don't really need this. You could do it with a step back and not only with a step forward, and that's the dope part about it. Yeah, getting off. If your opponent's coming in attacking, getting off that center line is pivotal. Period. That's all I got to say.
Absolutely.
You got something more about it, Chris?
I would say that's about it. Just understand. I mean, for most fights nowadays, it tends to be forward, center, and backwards. People, fighters should want to be accustomed to moving off left and off right. Again, that helps with your alignment for whatever punches you're trying to get off, and it mitigates the opportunity for your opponent to counter you as you're trying to get your offense off. So you may get cleaner shots once you effectively position yourself off an angle and having to stand in front of your opponent, especially if they are defensively savvy. It might not be that easy to get your shots in.
Facts. Facts. All right. Cool. This video is about to run out. Bet. Let me get it off the screen. A second, y'all. Corey the Movie Junkie, appreciate the super chat, fam.
Money. Yeah.
Does Bud move? Does Bud use head movement a lot when attacking? Depends. Depends. Crawford likes to slip counter a lot, so obviously when he counter punches, yeah. I guess it depends what he does. It depends how he's attacking. Sometimes he'll use the strategy of keeping his head there on the line as like a hesitation, like he's not doing anything. But his general rhythm is constantly moving his head. And I think we spoke about it before. When he constantly moves his head like that, he's not only moving his head, he's moving his whole upper torso, which is also moving his weight around in his legs. So, like when he would shift, when he'll shift forward and go in that circular motion to the back leg, his weight is on his back leg. So he'll like to throw a cross from there, a lead cross or something like that. So generally, yeah, he moves his head even more so when it's a slip count or something like that. Joey, what's up, man?
I was just listening to class, bro.
Yeah, man. Chris is cooking, man. That's that dude right there.
I appreciate you. What's good, Joey?
Chris
Good.
is cooking. Hey, Chris, man. Chris had the notes ready. I ain't want to have no notes or nothing. I kind of wanted to display
Off the dome.
how knowledgeable Chris was.
Uh,
I appreciate
You
it.
know
Well,
what
I
I'm
mean, it's
saying?
really just
Hey,
for me, you know. I got to make sure I'm organized in what I'm talking about, so I'm not fumbling like a moron up here or anything.
yeah, but Chris, Gems, just word of advice, man. Don't don't get this live flag, bro, because the information y'all put on this shit is invaluable. With how
yeah,
you guys broke
yeah,
down the
appreciate it.
systems, thanks, man.
Appreciate you,
Appreciate
man.
it, man. Nah, I give it all to Chris, man. This is actually his idea, and he did his thing.
Yeah. Um,
Nah, I can't take all the credit, but I know how you feel about, you know, the this is all you, brother. So I'm just happy to share with what I got.
We're not gonna battle, bruh. Look,
yeah.
go ahead, Joey.
Um, I actually wanted to ask about one of the systems of defense you guys broke down, but I forgot exactly what it was called because there are so many. Um, it had to like it. I even put it in the chat as an example of what that would be. Uh,
Disengage.
nah, not disengage. It was before that because you were talking about how you would make a you would make your opponent perceive that you're closer than you actually are, and giving them
Oh,
points.
sorry. Disposition, ritualize
Yeah,
aggression.
Uh,
exactly. And I was just like an example of that. I guess would be when Floyd Mayweather uses pull counter, in the sense that in pull counter in the sense that he gives his opponents
damn,
the
where is
idea that he's um over his his lead leg, making him off balance for where he can't react. But in actuality, what they don't pay attention to is that his back leg
it? Oh,
is actually his leg is up for where he can react, pull, and then, well, I guess counter.
yeah,
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I was just saying like how that would. I guess that's an example of what you guys were discussing there.
yep,
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, it's about providing. I mean, that's definitely a trap. I mean, whenever you provide a look, it's meant to give some sort of intent, and in that case, it was the intent of hit me. You know, out of position, and people would take the bait. Floyd would effectively use his pull counter off of that.
Yeah, and I was also like, it was in the very beginning of when you guys when you were saying, Chris, like it's like part of me agreed but disagreed, which is why I wanted to discuss it. How you stated that defense, like I guess, man, I can't remember exactly how you said it because you said that was just you said a lot, but you basically said that defense is like instinctually is easier than offense, which I do agree with instinctually. But wouldn't you say at the highest level for when you're actually, like, I guess you could say, not in a like a life threatening situation, it would be the opposite in the sense, like, for example, in professional boxing, because defense, like you guys were talking about, it all has to do with awareness, anticipation, looking at both your opponent's body to know which punch they're gonna throw, looking at their legs to know where their weight is shifted. Like it requires a lot of awareness for where with offense, I could be wrong, but I imagine it's you don't need to be as uh what's the word I'm looking for? I guess you could say as ready. Like but
You're talking about when he was talking about the preservation of life and limb.
yeah.
Um, Chris, you know what? You had to ask. What was the question again?
I was basically saying, like I basically said, yeah. The would you like at in the sense of, at the preservation of life, defense, you would say that defense is easier than offense, but I said at the highest level, and like if you're in terms of training for it, wouldn't you argue that defense is more difficult to understand than actual offense, which is why it's
I got you.
yeah,
I
it's
got
kind
you. I think what. Well, I'm not going to presume to say what Chris would say, but punching is easier than defense.
of yeah,
But actually landing that punch is not easier than defense.
right,
You know what I'm saying? You see a punch coming, it's a natural instinct to turn away, put a hand up, or you know what I'm
move
saying,
your leg,
even if you're not trained.
yeah,
But you know, obviously, when most people get in a boxing gym, that's all they want to do is punch. So yeah, punching itself, I mean, anybody that's never been to a boxing gym could do it. You know what I'm saying? But landing that punch on a professional boxer or on a
trying fighter,
trained fighter, yeah, that's definitely harder than your natural instinct of protecting life and limb.
yeah,
Is
yeah,
that what you would say, Chris?
Yeah, and also when it comes to defense, defense to me personally doesn't have to just mean again, it's inactivity and ineffectiveness, I and I. And defense can also be something that provides a threat. Again, that's something that animals do to defend themselves is to be threatening. And most people would consider that as something that is offensive. So a part of defense, in my opinion, is take away the actual strikes or the blows that a person would throw. If you are effective with utilizing defense, you're making your opponent more often than not inactive,
Right.
not just ineffective with the blows that they try to hit you with, but you're making them feel like they have to keep their hands at home. Does that make sense?
yeah,
That too, right? The the loud talking dude that might intimidate somebody.
Yeah, that's actually honestly perfect. Perfect example. Like, have you ever seen street fights?
Mhm.
You ever seen guys loud and they cuss you out, they call you this, call you that. Sometimes they show you that they really want to fight you by um, taking some of their stuff off and be like, oh, you want to fight me? Take stuff out of their pockets and they're like, all right, let's get this going. What's up? What's up? And they're
Taking the shirt
forcing you to
off.
psychologically, yeah, they're forcing you to psychologically take that next step of, do I want to do this or not? And if you don't, okay, fight averted, and they got a moral victory. You don't want to fight them.
Yeah.
But if you do take the fight, but you really don't want to, now you're apprehensive, and they seem like they're ready to go.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Uh,
that's gonna make you trigger shy.
Corey the movie junkie once again. Appreciate the super chat from.
Money. Yeah, yeah.
Does Arrow move his head often or not? Arrow
Keyword thing.
often, yeah. So no, not often. But Arrow moves his head with his feet. He's not. You're not gonna catch Arrow slipping and bobbing and he weaves on the inside. He does that, but at range, you're not gonna catch him doing a whole lot of head movement unless he's moving his feet with it. You know what I'm saying? He's moving his head by moving his feet, sliding in and out, left step, right step. Y'all can go ahead and add.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with Arrow, what I've noticed, like when I think of his defense, I think of that Sean Porter fight when it's like 90% on the inside. Whenever Sean Porter was really coming at Arrow, a lot of Arrow's defense I would notice would have to do with his ability to pretty much to just block, hold the phone. I would say. I mean, trying to think. Is Arrow? I've seen Arrow more like break break clinches rather than actually engage in clinching from what I've seen. But I've seen him clinch before. But that's about it. I've seen, I guess, occasionally clinch, hold the phone, block, and catch. That's really where I've seen most of Arrow's defense come from, as well as sliding his feet when he throws a punch. Like I don't see him really change slots. I don't think I've really seen him do that often in his career at all, actually.
Chris, you got something on it?
No, I've pretty much just seen interception, spacing.
Maybe punch traffic as well. Yeah, punch traffic as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd say those are typically the big three with Errol.
Mhm.
He's not known for someone who takes, I call it snaking your head. When you adjust your head positioning from left, center, and right, and he's not really big on that, which is one of the things I think is problematic for him against Crawford. Is you got to check your presentation and adjust how you're going to come forward, and he doesn't really do that. He tends to keep his head on the similar place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mostly the center line.
I mean,
Yeah.
like this might sound crazy considering what I said right before this live, but honestly, this like whole video and discussion that you and Chris have brought up actually makes me want to entertain discussing certain aspects of the fight now that I have new questions.
Oh Lord, wait, oh shit! All right, well, look, by your own rules, you owe me $1.
Yeah, all right. That is completely fair. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Nah, he was so on IG we were talking a little bit about Spence Crawford, and he was saying shit. I mean, if the fight isn't announced, this shit, the next person that talks about it, you got to put up $1.
Oh man.
And he's the next goddamn person. I mean, we could talk about skills and context of that fight though.
Yeah.
If you want to. Well, I'm sure that's what Joey's about to get into. I'm not sure how long he's gonna take, but you want to kick that off because we talked about it a little bit too.
What? Spencer Crawford.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Or you want to do a different fight, or you know what I'm saying? Have you looked at Magsayo versus Vargas?
I've seen some training clips of Vargas, a little bit of Magsayo. I'd have to watch more, to be honest, to build a.
Look, oh, he exited. He
He's
exited the
going?
panel. Nah, he exited the panel to give me the cash or to give me the super chat.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Joey, appreciate the super chat, man. I'm not even gonna go through the rest unless you want this brand, unless you want the
Nah, it's
money.
good. It's good.
You sure you don't like the money one?
I mean, I do like, you know what, fucking play it.
Money to burn.
Appreciate the super chat, man. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so like Chris kind of honestly brought it up when talking about Spence doesn't typically change head slots. So I wanted to ask you, how do you think that's going to affect him against a fighter like Terrence Crawford, who from the outside is not only just like he like what he's extremely sharp on the outside. Like he's a very sharp and accurate puncher. Like how do you think his and like his lack of frequency moving his head and his need to either use punch traffic, which won't really be effective against a fighter like Crawford, who probably won't fight him on the inside like a Sean Porter or even a Mikey Garcia would.
Hold on for a second. Hey, Kay, look, man, well, I'm not doing that shit. I can't say I'm not doing it no more, but definitely gonna hear a lot less. Like for these streams, that was like 3 streams in a row.
Thanks.
Was getting real bored on those.
Mm-hmm.
Now, other people might find, the technical aspects of boxing boring, but man, bro, talking purses and why the fight ain't getting made, and oh man,
Yeah.
I can't do it, bro. But go ahead, Chris. You remember what he said?
I mean, it's how you establish a threat. How threatening are you going to be when Crawford's dealing with a target that's always going to be in the same place at the same time? If Crawford is effective on being able to control the dead zone against Spence, I mean, Spence is going to find him having to resort to keeping a high guard and having to use spacing in order to not take the offense of Crawford. I mean, that's one of the issues, and also not being able to be effective with your exits off your offense, in which you've seen holes in how Spence will come forward and use his offense. He has a tendency to pop up back to the center line, or just to kind of stay suspended on his lead foot after he throws his left hand. That's all very problematic.
Or duck straight in that position.
Yeah.
But,
which I mean, we saw that movie before.
Yeah, like I mean, by Spence using spacing to prevent Crawford from pretty much picking him apart from the outside due to his inability to really change slots like that, wouldn't he in a way be giving up ring generalship? Because like Spence isn't the type of fighter to fight moving backwards.
Yeah, essentially when you go for spacing and you go off of the reset, it favors a guy who knows how to implement controls, who has an effective lead hand, who has an effective way of checking their presentation, how they look against their opponent before they actually use their offense. And I would have to say that element goes into Crawford's hand as opposed to Spence.
Yeah, no, I gotta continue.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the reason why I say that specifically, for like, if I saw Terrence Crawford or Yordenis Ugas using spacing against Errol Spence, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're giving up ring generalship because they're natural counter punchers, and they so naturally they want to, or at least Ugas in the first round, that you want to have space in order to counter punch and react to someone like Errol Spence. But Errol Spence isn't a natural counterpuncher. He doesn't move backwards. So by Crawford forcing him to use spacing in order to prevent him from dictating the pace, he would thus forth be putting him out of his game, pretty much giving Crawford ring generalship.
It's what he already did versus Ndongo. So that's exactly what Crawford did. He used space. And Ndongo, so okay, when they measure that wingspan, that's not really reach. Fighters like Victor Postal and Ndongo had a longer reach than Crawford, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what he did was he used spacing, and he also against Postal, it was disengagement to make them reach and step in. And that's kind of what Ugas did versus Spence in that first and then half of the second round before he started changing the game plan and standing still, then walking forward. Um, so, uh, but to me, the ring general isn't just a person, coming forward. It's when punches are thrown and when punches are landing. Who is dictating the action? Who,
Exactly.
you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So if it's Crawford moving backwards and and um and counter punching off the back foot, then when Spence closes distance, tying him up so he can't work, and then Duck smother turning him so he gets the real estate back and does it all over again. That's the ring general. Like,
Exactly.
I mean,
Yeah.
Floyd Mayweather was a perfect example of that. When Floyd was on the back foot, he was the ring general
Hmm.
almost every single goddamn time.
Yeah. Like you can't tell me that Manny Pacquiao was the ring general against Floyd Mayweather because he was coming forward, even though he was landing little to no punches, and most of his work when he did close distance was getting smothered or clinched.
Right, but guess who was the ring general against Floyd? Maidana in the first 6 rounds in the first fight.
Exactly. Yeah. Which is why that fight was incredibly competitive
Right.
for as long, yeah, at least in the first fight.
Any
And
other, did you have something else about it, or you want to move on fights or skill sets?
I mean, I'm trying to think really because I've seen Crawford's. The thing is, like, this this video and just this whole thing kind of showed me just how much more versatile Crawford is compared to Spence, at least defensively. Because I know a lot of people like to say they have this modern myth that Crawford gets hit too much, right?
Oh, okay.
And
Hold on. Let me pause you real quick. Hey, Chris. Uh,
Yo,
I was actually gonna where Joey's getting at. I was actually gonna message you on IG, like, fam, I got enough film on Crawford to have put him in every single one of these
yeah,
categories.
exactly. I was just about to say that. I was
I
just
mean,
about to say that.
he's shown that many wrinkles defensively that
Hmm.
I could have put him in every single one of them categories.
Every single one. That's the thing like blew my mind. I'm like, I've seen Crawford disengage. I'm spacing. I've seen almost all these elite fighters do. I've seen Crawford use punch traffic, head slots, level changes, the jab. What else? Um,
Posture, like he's gonna attack with his rhythm.
yeah,
Uh,
controlling the dead zone.
yeah,
disposition, ritualized aggression.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, fighting off the tracks, have an
yeah.
effective foil, aka lead hand. I mean, yeah, no, James, you're absolutely right. You can categorize him as a fighter that can pretty much hit the nail on the head with every single one of these operations of defense. And that's why I can't help but give it to him. I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like, Joy, what you talked about with Floyd when he fought Maidana in the first fight, seems almost like that was more of a personal choice by Floyd to kind of make it that close. He could have pretty much gone and utilized, like he did with the Canelo fight, to take 5 more often than not, get his spacing. Now, Maidana was doing things correctly. I'm not going to take that away from him.
Yep.
But as soon as Floyd recognized there was an easier way to get this going, it's not going to be a fan favorite. It doesn't matter. He's going to win the fight.
Right.
That's when he was able to, for the most part, take control of the fight.
Yeah, it was round 6 on, and then continued in the second fight that he showed
Right.
that he could just easily beat this dude by by using a lot of the principles we talked about today.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what I noticed. Like when I was thinking about this, I was pretty much breaking down the fight in my head and really just checking off the list of, mind you, just because I'm well aware that just because one fighter can do all of these and another can do some of these doesn't necessarily make him the guy who's going to beat the other, but it does scream out he's far more versatile in this singular department, which is defense. Like,
I
like
called him the most skilled, man.
exactly. Yeah, because I when you really break down, at least, like I know a lot of people like to say, and you pretty much have kind of said this yourself, how Spence isn't nearly as fundamental as people make him out to be. both offensively and defensively, in the sense that like when push comes to shove, Spence's defense becomes, well, it's he's I don't know, he's not the best on defense. Like he's when you really want to put hands on him, he doesn't know how to, I guess how to make you reset, and just start all over again. He doesn't know how to control that. While with Crawford, I saw him, like, I think Sean Porter was such an excellent example how he was able to do most of these principles in that fight alone.
Right. So Chris actually touched on it during the little study part. And me and Chris actually talked about this just before we went live, right?
Yeah.
Oh, how we missed something out of this whole thing, and it's volume punching. When people say your offense is your best defense,
Yeah.
they mean volume punchers. Which Errol Spence, he falls right in line. Errol Spence, and the other example I gave to Chris before this was Leo Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
The kryptonite. But Chris during this, Chris was talking about how they're pretty much desired style to fight against, and where they could be most optimal is top heavy guys that defend with their upper torso, pretty much, that don't move their feet.
Right.
So where in that will you find spacing to counter a man that's throwing 75, 80 punches per round in the welterweight division? We saw it versus Ugas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ugas, I mean, you're just not able to counter everything. And when a guy throws 15 punches in in fucking 5 seconds, you might counter one of those punches, but shit, if you don't have devastating knockout power and good timing, more than likely it's going to be you're going to counter one and you're about to get hit with 2, 3, 4 of those 15 punches. So volume punch, yeah. The one thing we miss was offense is your best defense.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. Continue.
I was pretty much done. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, that goes back to what you were saying with Spence, how his opponents like kind of go with his offense best defense tactic, in the sense that you either have to be flat-footed and inside fighter yourself. What was the last one that you said?
Flat-footed, inside fighter yourself,
high guard,
stationary high guard.
Exactly. So, like, these all favor those. These are all ideal against those who are volume punchers.
Yep.
Such as Errol Spence, Leo Santa Cruz, how even Manny Pacquiao.
Yep.
People who have high volume, because in those, like you said, when you're in the high guard, you can't, like, how did you say, you can't, man, it's not that you can't anticipate, but you can't engage. I can't remember what you said for where, if you're in the,
you can anticipate for sure, but okay, technically, like, so let's talk about technical form real quick. You're in a high guard. What do you got to do with your hands before you throw punches? Like, you either got to wing them out to the side, you got to drop a hand for an uppercut. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? It's like certain shit certain movements you have to do before the punch extends, right?
mm-hmm.
A volume puncher is keeping punches on you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not really, you have to have excellent timing for that. You really have to, so you really have to anticipate a punch, catch it in a certain way that's going to give you the time to throw whatever you want to throw back.
Yeah, I'm just going back to what you were saying about how with the high guard, like in mid range, like in close mid to close range, how you talked about controlling the space, how the high guard was ineffective.
Oh, okay, yeah. We touched on that.
Exactly.
Chris, you wanna rap about that?
What's that?
He's talking
For
about
high.
the dead zone.
Oh yeah, the dead zone. It's just it's a space between two fighters. What do you want to know, Joey?
Yeah. So basically, wait, I wanted to
Chris
discuss it.
Chris over there eating.
Yeah. I wanted to discuss about how fighter on the using the high guard in the dead zone, like how like pretty much what Jem was saying, how they reacts, how that is pretty much just like destroyed by someone with high punch volume, like an Errol Spence, Leo Santa Cruz, or Manny Pacquiao.
Well, I mean, your hands are at home.
Mm-hmm.
So that's making you. So your offense from that point is set up by like a two-step process as opposed to just being able to lead with offense. What I mean by two-step process is if you want to be offensive when a guy is being able to use volume. Typically, the way guys use counters is two ways. You either counter off a defense or you counter from a lead, if that makes sense. And countering from a lead is dangerous because if you anticipate the wrong blow, like let's just say I've seen this plenty of times from film of watching guys get knocked out, is let's just say it's a closed stance, orthodox v orthodox, and an opponent keeps seeing their other opponent dip their head low, as though they're gonna go for like a body shot, but really it's a setup for an overhand, right? Dip low, overhand. And they try to make the anticipation, they try to lead a counter with an uppercut. And off of that dip, they dip, come up quick enough to throw the overhand, and the guy that tried to lead with an uppercut gets caught right over the top. So that's what I mean by countering off of a lead, which is incredibly dangerous. Now, countering off a defense, you slip and counter, you roll and counter, that type of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you have a high guard, you pretty much are resorting to having to counter off a defense. Now, the thing about defense is you have to be able to have very skilled ability to anticipate the blows that are coming to you.
Yeah.
Which, when a guy has volume, if a guy is skilled, we're talking like a Chocolatito with his type of volume, not every punch is hard. So it's hard to counter a soft punch, if that makes sense, because it could be bait. It could be that soft punch could lead into defense. It could just be utilized to get your hands up to a certain position so that they can hit you and whack you with a power punch from somewhere else. So when a guy is skilled at volume punching, not every shot's going to be a hard punch. And if they're always keeping your hands at home and you can't anticipate what punch is coming to you, and if it's even worth having to utilize a committed defensive motion against, you're probably not going to have any counter offense, meaning you're just going to be defensive the whole time. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Look, and form wise, the only time you're gonna be able to throw a punch like directly out the high guard are straight punches. You know what I'm saying? So if your opponent's on the outside, okay, yeah, you could do that. But there's no reason for your opponent not to step in if you're in a high guard because you're providing no resistance for them to step in. So you know they're gonna step in the mid range where your straight punches are gonna become less effective, and you know what I'm saying, and they're gonna let off their offense, or they'll step into the inside where your straight punches aren't effective at all. So you're gonna have to drop one of those hands to throw an uppercut. You're gonna have to widen one of those hands off your face to throw a hook. You know what I'm saying, on the inside. So it's much harder. It's much harder to counter out the high guard.
Volume punching a high guard. Why does this remind me of Bill Canelo in that way?
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Good.
why we see a lot with a high guard being used as a bait to be on the center line to be able to then transition either right or left for a counter, as opposed to a high guard just exclusively being this set in stone hand positioning that fighters like to use when they engage their opponents.
Like Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, well, in what sense? Like he uses it as bait, or he just uses it as like a standard hand positioning?
Like a standard hand position.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good now because he does use his jab to cut the distance and to move in to basically get his offense started. But when you're dealing with a guy who's effective at moving his feet and utilizing his lead hand, it's going to show itself why that is not very effective.
No, yeah, and I realize that too. Like that's why, honestly, I think like because my thing is with Virgil that kind of not irritates me, but a flaw that I notice is that he has a like an active high guard, like likes to put it, but at the end of the day, it's a high guard. As well as that, every punch that he throws, and I mean every punch that he throws, has bad intentions behind it. Like he doesn't,
Right.
which is
yeah,
also an issue.
exactly. He doesn't really like to probe, range find very often with soft shots in order, and yeah, like he doesn't really do that often.
I've seen. I mean, aside from like throwaway jabs to step in and land a backhand, and throw the backhand, I should say.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, we can matter of fact, we want to go into Ortiz. Not many people, not many people care about this fight coming up.
Oh, Ortiz versus McKinson.
Mickinson, or I don't. I still don't know how to pronounce it, bro.
That's the best way I could put it. I ain't saying it any differently. Fuck it.
Yeah, I can definitely provide some film. Look, man. So be honest, man. My favorite part of this was at least having the film studies play in the background, or even playing the film studies and discussing the technical side of it. That was my favorite
Right.
part of the live streams, fam. Like when we got into that other shit, nah, it's not my thing.
Yeah.
Um, so we could definitely do that. I mean, even on a fight that's sort of on the weaker side, and Virgil Ortiz versus McKinson,
I mean,
look,
we could talk.
or whoever.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could talk about Ortiz versus McKinson, or we could talk about the fight tomorrow. Which Jem, I kind of gave you like a little rundown on IG about what I think of Vargas from the few fights that I watched of his a few days ago. Like I noticed some of his flaws.
Okay, what are all right, but that's the best. I think you know what? I think I think everybody watches those film studies for the flaws. I don't think they watch that shit for the
strength.
positives, for the
Yeah.
strengths and positives. I think they all watch it for the weaknesses.
Well,
But I
I
guess
mean,
I do. I guess to save face for them, I kind of do go into more detail on the weaknesses.
what
And that's
the
probably
reason and the reason why personally why I think fans or people who come on the channel want to see the flaws more is because if we wanted to see all the strengths, we could just watch the fucking highlights. Right?
facts. But nobody's really breaking them. You know what I'm saying? Highlight videos
Highlight
are
videos are the
cool.
reason why people think certain fighters are just flat out unbeatable. Wow.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
highlight videos are cool if you're somebody like Chris that knows what they're watching.
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Chris, matter of fact, Chris just told me he watched, you know what I'm saying, the knockout highlights and peeps out what went
Yeah, to see what kind of shit goes wrong.
yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, but if you don't know what you're watching, you just see, oh, right hook.
Yeah,
You
right.
know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, Corey the Movie Junkie, appreciate the super chat, fam. Which one I haven't done yet?
Straight cash. And I got enough cigarettes to last me and my family for the rest of our lives. I'm rich, bitch!
I don't smoke cigarettes, by the way. Does Arrow have a little movement to his game, or is he really flat-footed because he was moving on Ugas? Bro, I kind of answered that the first time. Yeah, no, he moves his head when he moves his feet. Arrow does move his feet. It's not, he's not Lomachenko. He's not a Crawford. and foot movement. But no, he slides in and out of range. He'll take a left step, he'll take a right step. But all right, you know what? Here's an even better way to put this. What's Chris, you first. What's your definition of flat-footed? Because maybe mine differs.
Tendency to just stand there, never really give up positioning, honestly.
Okay, Joey.
Wait, what was the question?
What's your definition of flat-footed?
Definition of flat-footed. Yeah. I guess just your tendency not to. I was about to say, I guess your tendency not to really. I guess move. Yeah, just having an inactive, just lower body movement, and overall relying on your upper body to pretty much for defense and offense in a way.
I got you. Okay, so
Yeah.
look, see through what I watched and how I watch fights, my definition of flat-footed is literally flat-footed. My definition of flat-footed is literally the amount of times you have the ball of your foot and the heel of your foot on the ground at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So even when he steps, even when like an Errol Spence steps left or right, or even when he slides out of range, are the ball of his foot and the heel of his foot on the ground? Because either way, if that's true, if they're both on the ground, if both parts of his foot are on the ground, he's going to have mobility issues. Period. You got to be on the balls of your feet. That's my definition of flat-footed. So is Errol Spence flat-footed? Yeah, he is.
As is Canelo and many other great fighters.
Exactly. Now, is being flat-footed super flaw? No.
I don't know.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, especially if you don't have to be. I mean, if you have the ability not to be flat-footed, then if you could switch it up, then nah, man, it's not a flaw at all. It could help in ways, but
Dominantly flat-footed.
yeah. Hold on, let me read the question again. Does Aaron have a little movement in his game, or is he really flat-footed because he was moving on Ugas? He was moving on Ugas?
Yeah, I think he means that he was like moving as in coming forward on Ugas, but even then, when he was coming forward, he was still flat-footed, Corey. Like he was how do I say this? Stalking Ugas in a way. Like the only time I guess you could say he was quote unquote not. I wouldn't even say that, but the only time you could say he was quote unquote not flat-footed when he was trying to cut the distance with his jab. But outside of that, when he's in the pocket with Ugas, or when he's whenever he got off balance, it was because of the fact that his feet were flat.
Yeah, well, you got to remember too. Most of that fight was in the middle of the ring. It's not like he didn't really even have to stalk Ugas. Ugas stopped at a point and stood there. You know what I'm saying? So Errol was standing there, so he ain't really had to do shit. He didn't have to be fleet-footed. He didn't have to, you know what I'm saying, be on the balls of his feet. He could stand there and be flat-footed, throw power continuously in combination.
I mean,
So
honestly, Corey, man, like I really wanted to ask this. How come you haven't been on the panel yet, man? You always got questions.
Body shot, appreciate the super chat, sir. Why you not on the panel?
Money to burn.
Just stop by to say hi. What's up, man?
What's going on, Body Shot?
It's good, body shot.
What are we talking about? What you said? You wanted to do
Movement.
Maxio Vargas?
Yeah, Messiah Vargas, because I was watching one of his. I was trying.
Oh yeah, I was saying. Hold on, I was on my little diatribe about people watching flaws. So that's what I was saying. Go ahead,
hmm
go over the flaws.
So with Messiah, I was paying attention to the fact that because for the most part, he's pretty much a pure boxer in the sense that he uses his feet a lot. Um, he uses his feet a lot. He uses head control in order to get off the ropes and control his opponent. He yeah. He has a pretty he uses his jab, but I notice when he wants to and he can also counterpunch. But when I notice when he doesn't want to counterpunch and he likes to, I guess, press the offense with his jab, he has a bad tendency of overstepping and kind of falling into his opponent when throwing the jab. Like
Is this
and
Vargas?
yeah, this is Vargas. I noticed it in a fight that he had a couple years ago.
So wait,
Uh,
wait. You said he has a tendency of overstepping. Like, would it be just like a half step, or does he shuffle into it, or what?
yeah, like
Like,
he would put all of his weight into his front foot while throwing his jab, and pretty like he would throw.
but hold on. Is it off the back foot though?
No, no. At
What?
least, wait, actually, no. It is okay. Yeah, it's off the back foot, like pretty much landing on his front foot, but he kind of like he puts so much momentum into the jab that he pretty much collides with his opponent. He did
Mhm.
that more. Yeah, he did that more than a few times in the fight that I noticed. Even I remember Roy Jones Jr. was pointing that out when he was
So
commentating on the fight.
so Joey, so you're saying he actually falls off balance with the jab.
Yeah.
So he's off the back foot so tough that he gets all his weight on the front foot and falls over it.
hmm
Whoa, that's a terrible flaw to have at this level.
Like I wouldn't have even said anything like because at the end of the day, there's a difference between a flaw and a bad moment. And a bad moment is just like where you're just in a bad position, but that's not something that's frequent in your game enough for where you could pretty much say it's a flaw. But I saw this shit happen too many times in that one fight for where against an opponent who really wasn't who really wasn't all that touted. And what I found that fight so interesting was because this guy was a pressure fighter, but he was also a counter puncher, and he was giving Vargas a lot of problems on the inside because although Vargas entertains fighting on the inside by throwing combinations, he also has a tendency of leaving his head on the line. Even though he's a pure boxer, he also likes to be very slick, but slick when he's boxing off of the outside. When he's on the inside, he has a tendency of admiring his work and getting caught in clips like he did in a previous fight he had about a year or two ago.
Got you.
hmm
So, man, with that flaw alone, Magsayo overhand knockout.
Like that's my thing. Like if I see Vargas, like he's not good on fighting on the ropes at all from what I've seen. If you have him on the ropes or in the corner, I don't know. He doesn't clinch as much as I feel like he should. He does use his legs.
Well, okay, all right. Let me stop you there. Magsayo has a problem pivoting, man. I don't know if he can pivot. Like if he literally knows how to pivot. So it's like if Vargas could use his legs and he has good legs, which what from what I've seen from him, he's a pretty good technician.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing. Well, I think I definitely know that he can.
hmm
Um, even if he ends up on the ropes, Max Sayo's not going to be able to keep him there.
Yeah. Because, like I said, my thing with Vargas is that I think if his team has done their homework, I think they know better than to stay on the ropes with Magsayo and let him just pummel him on the inside And Vargas has shown the capability of being able to get off the ropes effectively and stay in the center line or just activate his legs and just box him from the outside. And if it comes down to a boxing match, and if Magsayo doesn't land anything too inflicting, I got Vargas by UD because
Yeah, that's my same bet. Yeah, that's my same bet. It was Magsayo by knockout, hedge with Vargas by decision.
But I've seen Vargas hit and clipped and hurt enough times for where I find it very difficult to believe that if he is to get clipped by Magsayo, which is very likely because Vargas, although he's a good technician, he is hittable. He's very hittable. It's hard to believe that Magsayo won't buzz or hurt him because he's very heavy-handed at this division at 126.
Got you.
They
Yeah,
both break their base a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. That's funny to say. I was just about to pull up the clips of Magsayo's flaws.
Yeah, Vargas does it, and when it comes to moving his feet and getting away from an opponent, it stops him from getting enough spacing away from his opponent to not end up walking the plank back into the ropes. I mean, they both click their feet a lot.
Yeah,
especially Magsayo.
Yeah, we were just me and Chris. Another thing we was just talking about. There we go.
Base.
Yeah. So if you're a student of Barry Robinson, you call it rhythm stepping, right? He's he's huge all around it, damn everywhere, social media, everywhere talking about it. But basically this is what it is. Can y'all see this?
Yeah, we see it. So the whole bouncing on your toes.
Not only that, it's the motion of your front foot backwards and then bouncing, pretty much, and then trying to step with your front foot again. You know what I'm saying? So you're basically, Chris, go ahead, bust it down, man.
You're breaking your stance by bringing your lead foot backwards and then promptly right back into stance for a moment of time. Like you don't have any position, you don't have a stance. You're really ineffective. But typically with this rhythm step, I call it clicking your feet because it's like, you know how you bring your feet together and you can kind of make that click sound.
Yeah.
You know that I see it the same way. Now there are other ways of clicking your feet that I've seen. But rhythm stepping, yes, is a part of clicking your feet. And then
is it this clip right here?
Yeah, that one right there. Even though he does it extra. Like most fighters just do it to take a break because they don't really know what to do at that point.
Yeah,
because it's a bad training habit. But he does it and adds a little more to it just by bouncing straight up and down for a second.
Shit, I remember Gary Russell Jr.
That's it right there. And then watch, he steps front foot forward and tries to do something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. At one point, Gary Russell Jr. pretty much was timing that. I remember that round where he did that shit like 3 or 4 times in a row. Gary Russell Jr. was pretty much just setting his ass up with his cross.
Yeah.
Corey, you're going nowhere.
Hold on for a quick sec. Corey, the movie junkie, he joined. What's good with you,
Hey,
bro?
what's good, Corey?
Corey, what up, man? Okay.
Oh, you get me?
Corey.
It's still lagging?
Yeah, this you? We can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not. I stopped the video if that's what you're looking for, but we can hear you.
You get me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's lagging on my end. I just had a question about the Triple G versus Canelo. Everybody gives Triple G no chance whatsoever. I heard people say Triple G is gonna get toasted and roasted in that fight. I'm just curious, do you see any way Triple G can win that fight or no? but it is
Mhm,
lagging
but,
on my end. Hopefully you
yeah,
heard the question.
I got you. Just yeah, no, I hear the question. Y'all wanna? Are we familiar with the everything that has to do with that fight?
Canelo
Joey,
Triple G
Chris.
3.
I'm up in the air until I see the adjustments that Canelo makes. I want to see what he looks like after dealing with Bivol.
Right. Yeah,
Mm,
that was that was a hell of a blueprint.
yeah.
Hell of a blueprint.
Man,
Uh, to me, man, I look, man. So, as you know, past all the technical skills and athleticism, and you know what I'm saying, and you know, boxing IQ from each fighter is gonna be Father Time. Father Time could break through all that shit,
And
and
then body shots.
yeah, yeah, Father Time could break through all that shit. So I'm leaning Canelo. Um, but yeah, clearly, Bivol left a blueprint that Triple G could follow because he has an excellent lead hand. He always has, as when it comes, when it comes to the jab and being able to do different shit with the jab. So
Which is giving Canelo problems.
yeah, his whole career.
Hmm. I'm talking about in their 2 fights together.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure,
Hmm.
for sure. But Triple G has never been a fighter to try to maintain distance. So everything ends up pretty much mid range.
It's just
All the
Canelo.
Canelo fights have ended up mid range. And I'm not sure if he has the athleticism anymore to really keep Canelo back. Like I said, Father Time I think is going to be the most important factor in the fight.
Shit, I would say the durability is like I think he has the durability up top. I just don't think he has the durability in his body. Like, I'm not worried about Triple G's chin at all. I've never seen Triple G buckle from his chin.
Which is amazing, man.
Yeah,
But that's it, man. That shit is, man. Like Floyd said, bro, it ain't cool taking punishment, man.
no, it's
That's
not.
the type of shit that's gonna have you.
And
That's
in
gonna
the
have you
future,
fucked up later on in life. Yeah.
yeah.
Triggs, what up, bro?
What up, son? How you doing?
Chilling, man. Always
I
chilling.
was listening, and I wanted to tune in when I started talking about this.
What in particular?
Just a fight, and then you started talking about Axio, how he resets, how he do that little bounce when he reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that too when I was watching. But when I was watching Vargas, he get caught dropping one of his hands. I forget if it's the lead hand or the rear hand.
Yeah,
He
he
gets
has that
caught all the
tendency.
time. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
tendency.
like
He gets caught
Which
with it all
one
the
was
time.
it, Joey?
wait, which fight?
No, I'm saying he gets caught dropping which hand?
Honestly, he has a tendency. I think it's really his. I think it's his lead hand. He
So I
gets
mean,
caught. Yeah.
And then Axio
okay.
like
So
to
he
throw
gets caught
that.
by he gets caught by he gets caught by. Are you talking about against an orthodox fighter? He gets caught by backhands
Yeah,
dropping his lead hand. Oh shit! Yeah, that's
and Axio like to throw
rough.
the throwaway 3 and come with the right
Yep.
hand. That's
Yep.
his
I'm
favorite. That's
watching
his
a clip
favorite
of that shit right
combination.
now.
He gonna get
Yeah.
hit with it. I see him getting hit with it, and he's in a bigger weight class. He's been dropped before. I've seen him hurt a few times. He's not.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's been
And Axio
dropped,
got
but more
power
importantly, I've seen him just get
and
hurt
speed.
against
Yeah,
fighters that aren't like known power punchers like that. On top of that, like, if my thing is, if he decides at any point to mix it up with Mexia, which Vargas, it's not something that he's like. It's something that he does. He likes to mix it up.
yeah, he do. I've been watching him. He like to bang his gloves and he like to fight sometimes. He do that.
Exactly. And I think in those exchanges, Mexia has the best chance to hurt him because he's the most vulnerable in those situations because he likes to throw combinations. and his hands are completely down in those situations. And if Magsayo catches him with an overhand at any one of those at this weight class, because Vargas isn't a power puncher at the division he came from, which was 122. So I don't think he has the power to really hurt Magsayo at 126.
Well,
I'm looking at Vargas versus Tomoki Kameda, and Bro is getting
versus who?
Tomoki Kameda. I think you say his name
Man,
like
I
that.
applaud you for just trying to pronounce it. Go ahead.
But bro, yeah, he drops his lead left hand
Yep.
for one. He's gonna fight even if he doesn't want to, because his feet clicks his feet too much. And he doesn't have a good enough lead, like what we were talking about before with the tripwire, to kind of like have something out there to know when to move back when an opponent breaks that lead hand.
You see, this is the shit I was talking about, man. He overcommits too much on the jab, and I don't understand why he does that, because he doesn't. It's not as if it'd be one thing if he overcommitted and had something to follow up afterwards, but he overcommits with the jab and then gets stuck on his front foot, for which, if against the right fighter, you can get counterpunched, because he kind of falls on them, and I guess he uses he uses like leaning on their body in order to pretty much just reset and back up, but he has a tendency of like moving back with his hands dropped, because he's a slick fighter, but he has a tendency of being too slick at times.
Yeah, look, but on the other side, as I'm about to show in this video, look, Magsayo has a horrible tendency of step jabbing while he's already in range. And he never brings his jab back to his chin. Ever. It's a lazy jab every single time.
Wait, James,
time.
who are we talking about that does that? Brought it up. I think we're talking about what? Ryan Garcia?
Oh my God, that's even
stepping
worse.
with the jab in range.
Oh my God. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
I honestly don't understand what the point of stepping. I mean, unless you're trying to cut the distance to get an angle to land your, as you would call it, your backhand, there's really no point in stepping forward with the jab unless you're just out of range.
Exactly.
To do it, like that's just you're asking for the meanest right hand of all times when you do that.
With forward momentum.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. The meanest, most god awful right hand you could eat when you do that.
Look, so, and that's my thing, man. At these levels, like, why in the world are they still doing shit like that? I mean, like literally, Ryan Garcia will be touching, like, okay, open stance Ryan Garcia. He's touching the lead foot with his lead foot, and the man wants to make an inside step and throw a jab. Like, bruh, what?
Yeah.
Who trained this man?
I know. So, and then the sad part is, Magsayo is trained by Freddie Roach. Like, I don't understand how.
Well, I think Magsayo was just. I think Freddie Roach sees in Magsayo just all the explosiveness, and Freddie Roach kind of makes you better offensively on what you already do. So I don't know. I can't blame Freddie Roach, but damn, I guess I can blame Freddie Roach, fam. You gotta teach him at least that. Don't step jab when you're already in range to land a jab. I mean, it don't make no sense at all. It's bad. But here's a little bit of it.
Let me see.
Watch when I show his feet. But also notice how he never brings his hand back to his head. Okay, that time he brought it back, but it was not in a defensive manner.
Oh, that lazy
bow
shit.
and arrow.
He missed. Look, in that last clip, he missed the jab, and he was well past the man's head. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There it is. He did no manipulations on that. He could have brought the head down if he was gonna do something like that.
Yeah, it gets bad with him. It gets bad.
Yeah, I could definitely see Vargas just like just pretty much like as soon as Magsayo throws that lazy shit, Vargas is out jabbing him or
Yeah.
countering over that shit all day.
Well, I think it's going to be a battle of who gets to it first because both of them are pretty primed for counters from the
Yep.
other.
Yeah.
If it comes into a firefight, I got Magsayo. But if it goes into a boxing match where Vargas for the most part activates his legs, I got Vargas. But they both have very bad tendencies.
Though, hey, you know the crazy part on some off the technical side. Look, both of those shits were a plus on BetUS, so I'm gonna win money regardless.
That shit hasn't changed yet.
Nah, man, nah. Magsayo was a plus for the knockout, and Vargas was a plus for the decision. It's beautiful.
What if it's Magsayo by UD or Vargas by KO?
I mean, then you lose your bread. I mean, you know what gambling is. Shit.
That's some bullshit right there. That's the
Yeah.
least likely scenario, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't see it, man. I mean, because
They
what
don't
we
just
haven't talked
pace of
about.
motion. Like,
Yeah,
everything is the same speed.
who are you talking about?
Both of them.
Yeah, but you know what? Through my little bit of watching of Vargas, fam, he's much better technically than Max Sayo.
Oh yeah. Like he has moments for where, like I said, he's a boxer, and like that's his natural instinct. But at the same time, he also likes mixing it up, and like when Vargas gets hurt, he doesn't. It's not his. He doesn't have the instinct to clinch and hold. He has the instinct to fight and trade. And you like against Magsayo, that you're asking for lights out at a
Yeah.
division for which you're not physically strong at.
Yeah, yeah. But what I'm really talking about is starting from technical form. Um, the way Vargas puts his punches together, um, the way his defense, he can slip, he can counter, he can, you know what I'm saying? His technical form is much better than Max Sayo's.
Oh yeah.
Now their flaws are kind of, I would say Max Sayo has a little more, but their flaws kind of equalize. But we gonna see, man. Fuck it. Corey the movie junkie once again.
Money. Yeah.
I see Triple G getting old overnight. Overnight. That motherfucker is old. He's 40 years old.
I don't think he looked young in his last fight either.
Nah, he definitely didn't. Nah, he got hit by way more headshots than I'm accustomed to seeing him get hit by. And it's shit. Matter of fact, headshots and body
And
shots.
body shots. That's what I was waiting for, man. I didn't like how often he got hit. And I did not like his response. He did not like those body shots from Murata.
I really wish people would understand how important your base and footwork is when it comes to fighting, because you just can't slip and block everything. You just can't. You know, and
I remember Wiley, another boxing YouTuber, was talking about the base, and I thought about you, how he was explaining how effective keeping your base is against a fighter like Manny Pacquiao, and he gave 2 clips of Pacquiao against Keith Thurman and Pacquiao versus Marquez in their 4th fight, about how important keeping your base is for when Pacquiao decides to pretty much explode on you.
Who was that?
Who the YouTuber?
Yeah.
Wiley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was discussing for how when Keith Thurman was moving backwards in a straight line against Pacquiao, he had his base. He didn't keep his base, and Pacquiao took advantage of the split second lax and Keith Thurman, and Keith Thurman couldn't react.
Is that when he got dropped?
Yep.
Yeah.
While
I mean, my bad. Go ahead.
while against Marquez, when Pacquiao in that fourth fight, like in that 6th round, like at the last second when the bell rung and shit, Marquez's feet were in perfect position to react to Pacquiao's punch and counter over, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, that extra, again, milliseconds in a fight could feel like minutes. You know what I mean? Minutes can feel like. Am I say something?
No, I hear you.
Oh, okay. Minutes can. It just feels like everything's a lot longer in a fight, even though it's short. But that time that you take to bring your feet together when you don't need to is that extra amount of time that someone gets to cut the distance and land a shot on you.
Yeah.
Yo, his jab isn't coordinated with the planting of his front foot either. Yeah, I talked about that with Boots too. But yeah, nah, that's an issue because the recoil is going to be different. See what they talk about in the comment section.
Yeah, the more I watch this fight, the more I think I think it's 50-50, man.
Magsayo and
Vargas, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think Vargas is an exceptionally better boxer than Magsayo, but he has bad tendencies for where a power puncher like Magsayo can take advantage of and clip you and put you out. So it all depends how ready has Vargas come and how often. Because my thing is, some of these are just Vargas has done these in so many of his fights. He's not gonna. These are still gonna show up in the fight tomorrow. There's no way. Like his tendency for when he's pulling back, he's no matter what Vargas, like when he throws his jab, his hands will return. But when he's like digging into the body, or when a fighter's coming in, when he pulls back, his hands are always down, or he doesn't have the athleticism to react fast enough most of the time. So he has a tendency of getting caught with overhands. He's a sucker for overhands, Vargas.
Yeah, real quick, Marion G. Sir, this isn't true at all. Any decently trained boxer can jab, check left or right hook, and move to the side and reset. That's not true. Would you say Errol Spence is a decently trained boxer?
Yeah, I don't see him check left.
And what's the definition of slick? Like being able to move your head and catch punches and.
You know what? That shit is a slippery ass definition. What is the definition of slick?
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
No. Sorry to cut you off, but I mean, I only care about effective defense. You know, I mean, it's like if you know how to make a dude like again, ineffective with his punches, and most importantly, inactive, meaning he spends more time with his hands at home than he does actually trying to throw them at you. I mean, that's effective defense in and of itself. I mean, you don't have to just try to slip and roll, duck and weave everything that comes your way. I mean, you can, but you know, it's.
I would say that's it right there. Like the fighters that are exceptionally good at doing just that, slipping, ducking, rolling, bobbing, weaving.
Yeah, anything with upper body movement and reflexes.
Yeah, I guess that would be defined as what most people think is a slick fighter.
Yeah, which is why I say Vargas would be in that category, because when you look at his defense, most of his defense, like I think it's not. It may not even be a fighter who's effectively good at it, but it's a fighter who effectively relies on it, like someone who doesn't typically block and catch, but really just uses his upper body movement in order to avoid punches.
Oh shit, Chris, that's what I forgot.
What's that?
Either I said it while I was on mute, or I forgot to say it during the system thing. I think it was the head movement part, right?
Yeah.
And what I wanted to say was what we've already talked about is that, all that flashy shit that I showed video footage of, uh, what's better than that? What's better than that is a fucking slip
Slip
counter.
counter.
I don't
Yeah.
care. I don't care if you dodge 30 punches in a row being a slick fighter, fam. Better than that is one single slip counter.
That's not
Yeah.
even a debate. Transitioning from seamlessly transitioning from defense to offense is far superior than showmanship. Like,
Yeah. So that's what I was showing a lot of showmanship.
yeah, because although like Chris brought it up, showmanship has a tendency of being very dangerous, but at the same time, you're also being making sure to be specifically defensive. When you
Yeah.
have the mindset of both being defensive and countering over that, I find that to be even more dangerous, and you have to have arguably more confidence to do so. I find showmanship to be in the sense, if you are more of a showman than you are someone who would throw a slip counter, I find you not to be confident enough to be able to transition from defense and offense enough.
Yeah. Hey, Marion, I got you, fam. Yeah, it is tough in 200 characters or less. I got you, fam. We not passing judgment here. We just trying to
Understand what you meant.
bust down some boxing knowledge, and definitely welcome to join in on that in the chat or on the panel.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, moving your head and all that stuff against a guy, like try having that all work against a George Foreman. Like all he's gonna do is take one of your shoulders
Right,
and turn you.
turn
you know,
turn you towards his power hand, hit your ass
Exactly.
with a right hook, then throw you out the way so he can pivot and reset.
Absolutely. Take the back of your neck and keep you stuck there.
Right.
Suspended in the position you don't want to be in. Now, next thing you know, your kidneys is all jacked up. He hit you in one of those. I mean,
Yeah, man.
it's not. Yeah, okay, you're making blows ineffective, but that doesn't necessarily mean your opponent again will be inactive. They'll just find a different way to keep you where they want you to be.
Yeah.
And another thing is, if you can move your head and you can block, you're also in range to get hit. So
Right.
all it takes is one, like Jim
Yes.
said earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why like we both said earlier, man, that step back game is all too pivotal, fam. That
Yeah.
step back game is so important. If your fighter, your favorite fighter, or the fighter you like to watch doesn't have a step back game, he's gonna get hurt one day.
Mm-hmm.
That's my most utilized form of defense, is stepping back.
It should be. It should be,
Yeah.
man. Why would you stay in range? You know what I'm saying? Even if you are the slickest boxer in the world, why would you stay in range against fighters that, eat off that, Why? If fighters got quick hands, a fighter got quick hands. I've seen fighters with blazing hand speed, bro. You definitely not catching and parrying and blocking all that shit. I mean, hell, that's not gonna happen. You better step back, step back and watch him.
Yo, Chris.
Yeah.
Check out the video, because I want Jem to check it. Ray Vargas versus Azat Hovhannissian, and go to the full fight and go to time 9:45. This is what I was talking about with Like this is a glaring flaw that I noticed with that Vargas has when throwing the jab, or whether he's going to the body or to the head, how he oversteps and pretty much falls into his opponent. That
Wait,
shit.
what YouTube channel has it?
Let me see. It's called Winner Armenia,
Okay, that's the one. Now
Yeah.
what time?
1945.
What's the dude's name?
Winner Armenia.
No. I mean Ray Vargas versus who?
Don't make me say this shit again.
I think it's outside.
What does it
Oh,
start
but
with?
Hey,
AZAT.
AZAT is that Hovenissen?
Yeah, I kind of want to see the shit too.
Yeah.
My name is
You
Ho.
taking my chat. You taking my chat off my stream.
You just gotta hear us talk about it and shit.
9 what?
So you said, yeah.
You see what I'm talking about? 1945.
1945. All right.
Like, yeah, it goes all the way to 1950, and you see what I'm talking about.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Steps in with a jab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you actually listen to the volume, you have Roy Jones commenting that, not understanding why.
Oh, wow. He double
Yeah.
taps. He double taps his back foot
Mm-hmm.
because he has so much weight on the front foot.
Yep.
That's wild. You don't see that too often. All right, yeah. So chat, and everybody else who's not watching the exact shit Joey just pointed out. Yeah, so he jabs, he step jabs, leans his weight on the front foot enough for him to double tap on the back foot. So getting stuck in the mud on the front foot is not even the word for it, man. Luckily his opponent couldn't do nothing with it and kind of put him in a headlock.
Yeah.
But shit. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah.
Tex Rock, what's good with you, bro? He says I agree with Joey 100%. Oh, he's talking about Magsayo Vargas too. All right. I agree with Joey 100%. He kind of has the wrong flaws against a big puncher, but Magsayo has such glaring flaws to where you can easily see him losing on the cards if he doesn't land his money shot. Yeah, I think that's pretty much how me and Joey feel.
Yeah, like even if you continue watching that from where that continues, this is what I meant by Vargas. He over relies on his reflexes and doesn't he doesn't really block punches. He like when he's throwing a punch, and this gets him caught. This is what gets him caught so often. Whenever if he's throwing a punch, if he's coming forward, if he's moving backwards, his chin's in the air, and he relies on either pulling back or stepping back, but his hands are completely down.
I literally just saw him pull back as soon as you said that.
Yep. He does it like it's not even like, oh, it's literally a part of his game. It's a part of just the way he fights.
Yeah, for those that don't know, this dude is a fucking towering 126 pound or 122. Is it 22 or 26?
26 right now, but he was 22.
He's a 5'10", 126 pounder, fam. So
he's the
on top of everything they're talking about, he doesn't use his natural advantages.
Like Pandora.
Arms long as shit for his weight, and he's tall as shit for his weight. He's not using his
like a step above Callum Smith.
Right. You know what? Man, that fight pissed me off, man. Callum Smith versus Canelo pissed me off.
The first round, bro.
The first round, yeah. I think I was ready to turn from that shit.
This is why I agreed with another YouTuber who was on the panel a few days ago. But he was just like, after the first 3 rounds, if I could see how a fight's going, that's when I pretty much turned that shit off. And that's how I felt about Canelo versus Callum Smith. I didn't see that fight changing at any point.
Shit, who said that?
I forgot.
Man,
He also talks about boxing on this. I think he was talking about, I can't remember his name.
I remember.
If you say the names, I think I could
No,
pick
I
up.
remember watching War Week Radio and Fury's trainer was saying that shit about Joshua Usyk won.
Oh
Which I-
yeah.
Yeah. Sugar Stewart's
Sugar
son.
Hill?
Yeah. Yeah, fam. And I get it too. I get it. Because if that's what you're gonna be on, the first round, you're not gonna show me that you're gonna be aggressive against a masterful boxer that's been doing the same shit his whole career. Then you're about to lose, man.
Mm-hmm. Like I don't understand. I don't understand why Vargas, mind you, he does clinch, but he's not good at it. Like it's very easy from what I've seen to break out of the clinch and catch him. Like he's not defensively responsible when clinching and holding like
Oh
someone.
shit. Hey, I'll be right back, y'all. My dog literally went to the door and is facing the door. So I think he's got to take a shit. I'll be right back, y'all.
Yo, Chris, but are you still watching that fight by any chance?
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm just sizing up Vargas right now.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that he liked to throw a lot of wide shots too? Like for his reach, he liked to throw a wide, like a left to the body. It's really
Yeah.
wide.
Mm-hmm.
Really
Yeah, he
wide.
likes to have a shootout too. He likes 50-50s when he doesn't have to
Yeah,
make
he
it that way.
changes and shit. Which is what I said. Like, if he gets caught, but the thing is, he does it so often that it's almost guaranteed to occur in the fight against Magsayo. And I feel as if he goes in 50-50 exchanges against a fighter like Magsayo, who's heavy-handed, throws fast combinations himself, he's gonna get clipped and he's gonna get hurt. Like those are Magsayo's best opportunities to really knock him out, especially in the middle rounds, if Magsayo starts to get used to that.
Yeah, as soon as he decide to throw that 3-2,
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna catch him with it.
Because honestly, a 3-2 or just or a 7, fuck yeah, 7 or an 8, man. This dude is just so damn acceptable to overhands. It pisses me off. Like if you see, because his hand is always down for it.
Yeah.
So Magsayo's slipping counters aren't too bad. He does have an occasional catch and shoot here and there. So I mean, he's not, as far as being in the 50-50, he does show that he can take his head off the center line and fire back, which it looks like Vargas is susceptible to.
Mm-hmm.
If he overextends himself, especially with an overhand as he goes in for that jab.
Telling you, man, I feel like that jab of his is just gonna, like, Siles just gonna set his ass up with a mean overhand and clip his ass, because that punch he's just so susceptible to. I look forward to it though.
Yeah, I look forward to the undercards too.
What are the undercards?
So it's Brandon Figueroa, Carlos Castro, Frank Martin, and what's his name?
Marinez. Yeah.
Marinez, and there's another fight too.
That'll probably be the most high-skilled fight on the card.
Yeah, I want to see that fight. I mean, I know Frank Martin's probably not going to get his flowers if he stops Marinez, considering Marinez is coming off of a knockout and a fucking year-long of inactivity.
But that's to a former world champion. If he got knocked out by Coleman.
Yeah, he got knocked out by Coleman.
Coleman, former world champion, and that Rolly is definitely.
Oh, he beat the shit out of Rolly. He just got robbed.
Yeah, and then Rolly's just got a title shot, so
Yeah.
that'll say that they really need to step it up for Frank Martin.
Mm-hmm. No, I like the fight. I think it will put Frank Martin higher up in the rankings and get him closer to, like, man, I love the lightweight and light welterweight divisions because of the amount of talent that's in it. Like, if you really just,
It's stacked.
it's so stacked. Like, I know a lot of people like to look at the quote unquote four kings and shit, but bro, look outside of that shit. There's so much more talent in these divisions that people are just not paying attention to. Like at 140, you got Zepeda, Ramirez, Prograis, Taylor, Barboza, Gary Antoine Russell,
Hitchens.
Richardson Hitchens, Subrio Matias, Alberto Puello, who else? Yeah, if Victor Posto's still in that bitch, hit him as well. Like, dude, that's just 140. 135, man. You got Keyshawn, Devin, Tank, Brian, Frank Martin.
In the future.
Man, Shakur. I said this. I was saying this, but I'm pretty. Yo, what's good, Jam?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Shakur should move up to 135 next year because I'm pretty much convinced this dude's not gonna get all the titles. It's just
they don't want it. Bob say it's not. Yeah,
it honestly at this point I pretty much agree, and I think he should just go up to 135 because it's the biggest fights are there, but the best fights are there, and the fights that are necessary to make at 130 in order to achieve that shit. They're too difficult to make, and the opponents are not popular enough to stay at the division for. All the names that people want to see Shakur go up against are at those higher weight classes, 135 and 140. Yeah, like, shit. I remember Shakur, like, he was asked, well, how far do you think your talent and skill can take you? He said, I think potentially 147, 154. I said, I don't know about 154.
Yeah, 147, I can see it. 147, I can see it.
Yeah, but what I thought, I'm like, his talent may take him to 147. As a matter of fact, I think it can, but I think the bulk of his career will be at 35 and 40.
Yeah.
Like the Haneys and the Tanks and the Teos and shit. I think those fights are gonna happen at 135 and 140. So like that's why I want to see him at that division soon because Shakur is going to be in his prime in probably a year or two. Like he's already entering that shit at what, 25 years old?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Keyshawn, man, apparently he has a fight coming up. But I don't know who the fuck.
He just pulled out.
He pulled out again?
Just pulled out. He got sick. Yeah, I just seen it.
Dog,
what
man.
the heck?
Bro, he can't. I don't know what he's getting sick from, but he can't be pulling out so many fights. He needs to be active because he's a prospect. Yeah, prospects need to at least be fighting 4 times a year, especially if they want to move up the rankings and get a title shot like Shakur did so early in his career. I don't know, man. Look, I'm not mad at him pulling out because he's sick. It's more in the sense that, like, why does this kid keep getting sick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be the way he's losing the weight. I think that's what he said before. It was how he was losing the weight. He was losing it too quickly. Something like that would make him sick. I don't remember. But if that's what's doing it, then
yeah, I mean, if that's what's doing it, man, I don't know. Maybe he needs to move up. I don't know if that's a virus shit, man. If that's the case, then you can't just come out of you can't just pull out. I think he needs to be like Ortiz and take a significant amount of time off just to figure out what that shit is if he keeps having to pull out of shit.
That is strange for it to be his second fight he's pulling out of due to illness, but if it's the weight, man, yeah, man, I mean, shit, move up. But either way, what was y'all talking about?
We were we were talking about a lot of shit.
Yeah, we was talking about talent.
Yeah, the talent at 135 and 140.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like man, the amount of matchups that could be made in that shit. You know, like a lot of the rising stars you mentioned actually are at these divisions.
Oh yeah, we was
Like,
talking about the undercards. That's
yeah,
what
we talking about the undercards with Frank Martin and
Oh,
Jackson
yeah,
Marinas.
Frank Martin. What y'all how y'all see what y'all see in that fight?
I think it's a good fight because Marinas has pretty good boxing skills. It's a standout fight for it would be probably the best fight for Frank Martin out of all of his fights. But like I said, he's also fighting a guy coming off of a knockout loss. Granted, it's against a former world champion, but it's a knockout loss, and Marinas hasn't been active in I think nearly, if not over a year.
Who did he lose to?
Come.
Oh yeah, I saw that fight.
Yeah, knocked them damn near out the ropes.
Yeah. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, he hasn't fought since then?
Nope.
That's tough. That's tough because Frank Martin ain't no joke.
Nah, man, I think I got Martin in probably like 7 personally.
7.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what round Coleman knocked him out. It was around 7.
It was 6. It was 6. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because Coleman, he's heavy-handed like a motherfucker. So we'll have to see. I just want to see more of Frank Martin before I can determine if he's ready for that.
I was gonna say, man, let's just break down Frank Martin like the shit I didn't. Matter of fact, I keep the video on mute just to get the shit I didn't mention on video.
Bro, I love watching this man's bag work.
Yes, he's so cold on the bag. He's cold on the bag.
Chris, you still there?
Yeah.
Look, so yeah, his bag work consists of like all the high level shit you could think of, man. Like he mimics controls, framing, angles, everything you could think of that, you know what I'm saying, we would consider, you know, that transition between offense and defense easier is Frank Martin's bag work. Matter of fact, it was on Instagram. I hit him up on Instagram after seeing a video of his bag work. I'm like, man, I see everything you're doing. I named the shit out. So he actually replied to me, like, okay, yeah, you see it. But yeah, man, the man is good. But yeah, let's bust it down.
Yeah, I think he's more skilled than the 2 headliners.
It's probably a better fight too.
Maybe. Nice little parry though.
Nice frame, head control.
This hook is almost like a probing hook. Well, first of all, it's almost like a probing hook to get Buddy to get in the high guards or to keep his shields up.
So he destroys high guards.
I like the little step in too. Let me see it again. I mean, just because he had the plan to step in afterwards, it makes me think that, yeah, it was like a weird angled overhand to get in between the high guard, and it was an immediate shuffle in frame.
You know what I noticed when looking at Bam and Lomachenko when they take those angles from practicing it myself? I don't know if they always do this or if they just perfected it to a point where they don't need to. But I noticed when leading with the cross, it's easier to take those angles so much easier to take those angles when leading with a cross than leading with a jab because of the momentum and positioning your body is in when throwing that punch.
Well, that's a part of why Lomachenko, when he does his cut across, he'll put his weight onto his lead foot to then bring it over. So a part of that slipping motion is just like the weight transition of your rear hand.
Exactly, because I've noticed that shit because I remember, because I'm a southpaw myself, so I remember throwing a jab and trying to transition to that angle, and it's you kind of have to you have to shift your body more, while with throwing the cross you create you create it through throwing that punch in general, and it's a lot smoother.
Yeah, look, well, the secret to it is notice what the opponent's doing. He's really not throwing a real jab. It's more like a probing jab that he keeps out as a stiff arm to keep the glove in the same spot. Then he goes into the front step shuffle to the angle. So it's not like he's throwing a real, you know what I'm saying, off the back foot snappy jab. You know what I'm saying? He's doing it on purpose. He's doing is on purpose. So I don't know if I would say it's easier for a back step shuffle off a cross. You know what I mean? Because that's what you're talking about, right? Because that's the only time. Like if you throw a cross, okay, say if it's open stance, if you throw a cross into a front step shuffle, you have no control on the lead hand of your opponent. So the danger is the left hook hitting you right where you're trying to move. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
Put the pictures to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So so you definitely have to have something with the lead hand to make that front step shuffle. But to make a back step shuffle, yeah, you would throw either a throwaway cross or a real cross to something to occupy the guard and then make the back step and then back step shuffle. You know what I'm saying? You back step, then hop pivot to that other side.
Yeah, because I mean, from what I've seen, I feel like in order to just create a little bit deception while taking that front step shuffle, I kind of I use it.
And real quick, yeah, Frank Martin actually does this in this video. But go ahead.
I kind of use a throwaway jab, pretty much to just kind of make my opponent like take their attention for a split second, throw the cross, and then take the angle in order to use that front step angle.
Yeah.
To create the momentum.
Real quick, the fucking high guard to the slot change, man. So many people have that stationary high guard where they don't move their head, they don't do shit, but just stay in a high guard. So many other people use a high guard trap where they high guard and wait for the counter punch, and then block and shoot or whatever, or slip and shoot, man. But Frank Martin just high guard, straight head slot change, then offense. Okay, and no, he did slip and counter, but nah, that shit was still nice. Hold on, one more game. That shit was nice. Yeah, it was a high guard trap where he just slipped and countered. But go ahead about the shuffles.
Pretty much covered it. If anybody wants to add on to it, but yeah, I was just talking about the momentum. Yeah.
Go ahead. Hey, Chris, I know you're noticing all this. If you're watching the video, I know you're noticing all this offense control for no counters, right?
Yeah.
Gotta love that shit about Frank Martin, man. Control before the offense, bang bang. Another high guard trap.
Again, that's the complexity of a fight. Like, depending on whether you're in range to jab or not, it's gonna look different. So you have to be able to set up punches even if you're not in a position to throw a jab. You still set them up. You're just setting them up off of his manipulations.
Yeah, that shit is. Hey, to be such a. He's not exactly young, but he started. I believe he started fighting at an older age than most guys that
18.
are highly skilled. Yeah,
he did.
18.
But man, the way he's throwing shots and then checking the guard and controlling and framing after the shots, so there's no counters, it's just high level shit.
Wait, Triggs, how old did you say he started?
18.
How old? Yeah, he started at 18.
18?
Yeah.
And he looks like this?
What's the name? Well,
Catch.
I don't know who you would say more skilled. I mean, I think. But what's the name started at 18 too? Progress.
Oh,
Yeah.
I definitely give him the skill advantage over Progress.
Yeah, but my thing is, I would say, but man, if you're talking about what impresses me about Frank Martin, like I say this all the time, it's comfort. Like he looks like he's been in the ring. He's just covered so many rounds in the gym. For where in the ring, he just knows how to execute that and put it all together. So for you to be at 18, you to have started boxing at 18 and doing that shit, man, that's crazy. Mind you, Progress is a skill fighter too, but I would say he's a little bit more, honestly, like I would say a little bit more wild. That's the best way I could say it.
Bro,
I was trying to find a nicer word, but fuck it.
what I noticed about Progress the first time I saw him fight was the strangest one of the strangest defensive systems I've seen, fam. So it was almost like he was trying to do a Philly shell, right?
Mm-hmm.
But instead of his lead hand being in the sling, his lead hand was up. You know what I'm saying? You know, holding the phone, and his backhand was in a sling.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Like, bro, that is not gonna work.
I can't even picture that.
I don't even know how
He's
you
a
even.
South.
No,
He's a
look, man.
Southpaw.
Let me see if I got the footage, man, because he definitely did it against Josh Taylor too.
I think I know what you mean.
Let me see if I
It's
got
like he has high hands to take away the jab, but his rear hand is low.
in a
I think
sling,
that's what.
like it was reversed. It's
I
like
need
a
to see
reverse
that shit.
Philly shell.
I know what you're talking about.
I never heard of that before. I don't remember that from the fight.
I know you never heard of it before, but I'm telling you, that's exactly how it was, man. Let me see. Where the fuck is that shit at?
Like I've heard of unconventional wisdom in boxing, but
Nah,
I don't know, man.
it was a head scratcher for me. Damn, it wasn't this far back.
Yeah, I think he went for the
Taylor
high
been there?
hands off the lead with a low. He just had his rear hand
Right there?
real low.
Oh, nah.
Yeah, I mean, so he was fighting a southpaw though, so it's like,
Oh, he was fighting another southpaw.
yeah, he was fighting Josh Taylor. Like,
Oh
bro,
yeah.
like there's no defense for a backhand. Not to the head, which was. Hold on, man. Let me see if I got it in film.
I'm gonna check these highlights and see it.
Yeah, go ahead. Check the highlights, man. You're gonna see it.
So like, did he just do it occasionally, or was that like his defensive like mechanism and shit?
I don't care. Like, bruh, that just wasn't it. That just wasn't it, man. Like it's only gonna take one punch out that shit. Maybe it was before all this. Damn,
I agree with you
no, it
totally.
wasn't. Okay, it was my
The hell?
Taylor versus Catterall.
What the?
I probably keep passing it over and over again and tweaking.
You said his backhand was in a sling?
His backhand was in his sling and his lead hand was holding the phone.
I just saw that witch. What the fuck?
Right. Yeah, I ain't lying. Shit. Let me see if I got it. Where was it? At what point was it at, Joey?
I mean, hold up, wait. Maybe that's not it because maybe he was just catching that shit.
That's what he does. Like he brings the other one up.
Yeah, like he be
shift them.
switching.
Yeah, he shifts it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
that's
know what he meant when he said.
yeah. He just be switching his arms. That's what I call it. I don't know if that's what you meant, Jim.
The seesaw.
I don't care what it is, fam. That backhand. So think about it. Think about it.
I think about it. That don't make no sense to me.
What in the world would be the point of doing that? Let me see. Is this Catterall first? Yeah.
What the fuck? God.
I hope I got it on film.
Wait,
Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get something to eat.
I think I don't.
All right,
Yeah,
fam.
yeah. I think I know what I think I know what you mean. Is it similar to what Devin Haney occasionally did against Linares? Like
No,
having
no,
okay.
it was much more prominent than that.
Let me see if you have it.
It was much more noticeable than that. Hold on. All right. Let me just look at this shit and see if I caught the moments. This Catterall. All right.
Let's see this shit.
No. Damn it, am I really gonna have to look at this whole damn fight to see it?
Wait.
No. None of this is it.
Wait, you put it in here though, didn't you?
Put it in where?
Like in this
Nah,
video?
Nah, because this is Taylor versus Catterall. I wouldn't. It don't
No,
matter
what I mean,
doing.
but like the reason I'm asking if you remember it because of the film study that you did.
Yeah, I remember because of the film study, but that's because I watched the whole fight. You know what I mean? Like it's not. It wouldn't be a part of should I show for Taylor versus Catterall because it doesn't matter what Regis was doing. Catterall don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I hope not.
But I'm trying to see if I caught a moment where he did it.
So he had the high
That I-
shield up and he had the rear hand at his chest. That's what you mean, right?
across his stomach.
Of course, his
What?
stomach.
Get
Yeah,
the
like
weird.
a sling, bro.
What?
Like, I'm telling you. Like, think about a Philly shell and reverse your hands.
There's no way he had it that low.
How do you
Nah,
even?
no way.
How do you even react to
Y'all
this
gonna
shit?
make me find this shit whether it's on here or not.
Not like that. How do you react to that shit? What are you even supposed to do except
Why would he
like?
do that?
Exactly, it's exactly what I thought. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
So he had it like
Not true.
that's another southpaw. He's just being
I don't-
lazy. It seems I don't even like.
Lazy.
And I'm picturing.
Damn, I don't think I got it on here, man.
That's just like I've never heard of that. I've
Y'all
even
gonna have to- y'all gonna make me make a video of it.
like having the Philly shell, having this like it's I don't know. It's kind of natural to put your hands. How do you even? I literally have to think about it in order to do what Pro Grace did apparently. And he did that shit in a fight, in a championship fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be on here. Cause there wouldn't be no reason for me to show it. Cause if Catterall doesn't do it, then who cares?
Ugh. Where is it? I'm what? How do you even
Keep going.
what?
Just in case.
Like,
Yeah, fuck it. All right, man. Y'all chop it up, man. I'm really gonna try to look for this shit.
shit, I'm just curious about this shit, man.
Do
Like,
it makes sense to you, Joey? You a southpaw?
no, it don't make no fucking sense.
It doesn't make any sense, fam. I'm telling you. Like when I saw it, I'm like, bro, like this what y'all say is good?
Bruh. like, bruh, that's my point. Because the thing is, Progress is a southpaw like myself, so I'm trying to literally do exactly what Jem said, and I'm like, that shit's uncomfortable.
It doesn't protect shit.
It literally feels wrong. I feel like
I'm gonna try to watch this and
like doing the Philly shell
chop it
reverse.
up, but man, I gotta find this shit.
Doing the Philly shell reverse feels like like switching from your natural stance. Like if you're a southpaw going to orthodox, like and you're not a switch hitter.
Yeah.
Was like Jim? I know it don't matter, but do you think was it fatigue? Did he look exhausted when he did that shit?
I don't even remember the circumstances, man. I just
That's
remember
the only
seeing
thing I
that
can
crazy
think
shit.
of.
Like if he would have, if I don't know, man, if he was trying to do some showmanship or whatever, I guess. But like if he was actually doing that for defense,
Did he do it in the Josh Taylor fight, or like you just seen that in one of his fights?
I saw it.
Yeah.
The first time I saw it was in the Josh Taylor fight.
that's
I was about to say,
crazy.
no wonder. So he got caught doing that. If he did that against someone, they didn't catch him. They suck for real. They suck.
You know what? I already see how he got caught in it because of how he chops his hands, fainting and doing his side step. But I want to catch the moment where he does it. Hold on.
It's not in the highlights, that's for sure.
I'm looking through the whole fight, but I'm watching it at 1.5.
Shit, man, like what the fuck is that shit? I mean, but no, we get like we talking about progress. Uh, other than Josh Taylor, do you think there's someone at 140 that you think can give him some serious problems?
Gary Antoine Russell.
Oh, you were ready for that shit. I remember we talked about that.
Man,
That's
I
a
think
good.
he's gonna give everybody serious problems.
Well, Gary Antoine Russell versus Rigas Progress is like,
It's a hell of a fight, man.
oh my god.
Yeah, but he's
Oh, either
definitely
one
gonna
of
give
them
you
will produce
problems.
material.
Win or lose, he'll give him problems. There we go. Wait, bro, how did y'all miss this shit? Wait a minute, is this the first round? Hold on, let me see.
That shit was not in the highlights. I'll tell you that much. Did he do it? Did you see it?
Okay, no, that wasn't. He started to do it at a minute to go in the first round, but it wasn't prominent yet. Well, it was more than that. Man, he was getting rocked. He was on the inside, and the backhand was down a little bit, and the lead hand was up, like trying to hold the phone. But that's not what I was talking about. But he started to do it.
Oh, what the fuck?
Nah, I'm telling you, it gets worse.
I know, but I'm looking at it. I don't understand that. Yeah, I see exactly what you mean.
I
Like,
mean, hey, bro, this is probably a horrible stream at this point because ain't nobody else looking at this shit.
bro, but the thing is, it's like even in that sequence, Josh Taylor saw that dumbass shit, framed him, and kept hitting him with a fucking overhand.
He posed in it. He ended up posing in it at where are we at? Damn, where are we at? Okay, at 10 seconds left. 10 seconds left. No, less than 10 seconds left in the first round. He ended up posing in it at some point. I think it was like 8 seconds left in the first round.
What the hell is that?
You see it?
Yeah, and then he got clipped.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm telling you, it gets worse. Hey, sorry, chat. I know most of y'all ain't gonna be following along with what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to show him something and prove something.
But that don't make no sense because he's putting himself in a very like.
I wish I could show this, but they're gonna block the stream. I mean, they're not gonna let me or they're gonna block the stream pretty much.
Yeah. I don't want to do that shit, but like my thing is just like it puts. How do you even react in that situation? It doesn't like it.
Get hit.
Yeah, like it literally. You're not in a position to really attack or defend effectively.
So what have I said already? A minute to go in the first round, and then below 10 seconds to go, right?
Yeah,
something like that, right?
Yeah.
It gets worse.
So he did that shit often?
Well, you heard two already.
Yeah.
But nah, I'm telling you, there's a stretch where that's his stance. I know I saw it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Triggs on the phone or something.
Nah, I was listening.
Did you see what I was talking about?
Yeah, I heard. I ain't listening. I ain't even look at. I ain't even look it up. But I could envision what you're talking about. Like, I'm about to go see
Bro,
it
this
now.
look like some dumb. Oh wait, no, let me not say that. Nah,
All
let
right, he
me.
does it again with a minute 30 in the second round, but it's just for a second. Again, it gets worse though.
I don't
Matter of
understand
fact,
that.
yeah, he keeps doing it. He keeps doing it. So he did it again with a minute in the second round, or a minute and 4 seconds in the second round.
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna get 30 seconds.
45 seconds in the second round. Does it again. $30 in the second round. Does it again. Damn. You know what? All right, let me stop, man. Making this stream just extra horrible.
Josh Taylor won this shit, so.
You said what?
And I already know Josh Taylor won this fight, so I don't need to watch this shit to give him more of a reason. Shit. Hey, but if we talk about 140, man, I already told you, Jim, how much respect I got for Josh Taylor staying at this weight class just to run that shit back. Like,
With Catterall.
yeah, man, because look, if that's a fight for where you clearly lost, whether you were on your best day, on your worst day, most fighters wouldn't run that shit back just at the risk of losing everything, especially that. Oh, but Josh Taylor straight up said, "Fuck that shit." He dropped 2 out of 4 of his belts and is really willing to stay at a weight class where he claims he's starting to outgrow, just to run it back and prove that how Jack Catterall performed was more or less a fluke. We'll see.
You know what it is? As I couldn't help but keep watching this shit.
What?
It's like Prograis is caught between like a Philly shell type defense and a high guard, and he just forgets to put his backhand up.
Yeah, I think he's under the assumption that he's protected from that angle. Maybe it's
I don't
because
know
of,
how.
I don't know
I don't
what
know.
you think he's protected from with his hand.
He's not protected at all,
What
and that's why he
hand
kept
it
getting
is,
hooked with lead
it's
hand
down.
hooks.
It's not protected. Yeah.
My
He's a
question
sucker
is,
for that. Imagine.
is
Oh my God. He
does he
lucky he
does
got
that?
a chin. If he didn't have a chin,
Honestly, I'm asking, does he do that shit only against southpaws? Because that makes me want to check the Ndongo fight up until he pretty much clipped on Ndongo, but still, like,
He
he's
stopped
probably
him
done that
early.
before.
yeah.
I still wanted to look at this Frank Martin joint.
I heard Frank Martin was past 135 though, from what I heard.
Oh, he weighed in more than 135.
Shit. I mean, I remember I was looking at Errol Spencer's story. I heard 137. So
I don't think it matters yet, right?
that's my thing. I'm like, does it not matter because it's not a championship fight?
Or not even like a title eliminator or nothing like that. I don't even. I
Yeah.
don't think it's anywhere near that. So it doesn't really matter yet.
So you don't get fined for that shit?
I don't think so.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Yo, Choice.
Look, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Y'all can see the screen.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, Joey. Look, so backhand probe or control with the back step, and then the hot pivot. So back step shuffle.
Oh,
So yeah, so throwing I think what I was saying earlier, throwing a lead hand, you gotta throw it if you're gonna do a front step shuffle, or else you're not gonna have any control. Like say he didn't throw that backhand to probe or control the guard, but he got free reign with his power hand to come around with a hook or whatever while he's trying to do this back step shuffle and hot pivot. You know?
yeah. I was wondering why he he was doing a back step shuffle in an open stance fight against an orthodox fighter. Like, wouldn't conventional wisdom
Yeah,
tell?
nah. So as long as your opponent's in the high guard, you could do either front or back step shuffles because you can get control of that backhand. You know what I'm saying? So if he was bladed, there's no way that Frank Martin was gonna touch that backhand with his backhand. You feel
Yeah,
me?
because it would have been all the way over.
It'd have been too far back.
Exactly.
So it'd have been no way he could make a back step shuffle safely.
The dude was square and with a high guard.
Exactly. Yep.
Mm.
Facts.
Honestly, man, just based off of what I pretty much learned and assessed today from that video you put up,
Step pivot. Go ahead.
like I already gave 5, so let's just count as like my second dollar.
Oh shit. We about to go back into that.
I'm
Go
just
ahead,
going Crawford stop Spence, bro. I'm forgetting.
Oh man.
He's fucking his ass up. I'm convinced at this point. Dude, it's just like what.
Hold on, man. Let me see. All right, wait. We ain't got that many people in the chat, but anybody in the chat, do you have a technical argument for Errol Spence winning the fight? And if you do, I would love to hear it.
I mean, it's probably not going to be any more than what you covered. Isn't if Crawford fights Errol?
Nah. Hold on. Even if it is, I want to hear it from them.
Okay.
Did you see the Derek James thing? He was like Spence is willing to die in the ring, and then somebody else interviewed Spence. He was like, I ain't willing to die in the ring. I got 3 kids.
I got kids and shit. Yeah, Derek James be talking crazy sometimes, but you know what is crazy? Crawford has kids and shit, and
you say he's.
I kind of believe he's that
willing to die. Yeah.
Nah, I kind of believe he's that crazy. I never believed Spence was that crazy.
I mean, Crawford. I've heard Crawford straight up say he's like it's either in the ring or on a stretcher for me. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, and that's I guess so. For entertainment, man, that's like great for us looking for entertainment, but man, that's crazy as fuck to say, bro.
No,
especially with, I mean, what he got, like 5 kids?
Yo, you guys ever remember that Cotto Margarito face off and shit? And with Max Kellerman, that shit had me rolling. How Margarito was saying like how he's willing to die in the ring, and Max Kellerman looked at Cotto. What do you think of him when he says he's willing to die in the ring? He's like, he's stupid. He's like, you want to die in the ring? He's like, I got 3 kids. This is just my job.
Yeah, no, I can't even call it stupid. It's just fucking crazy, man. It's just fucking crazy.
No, I love the way Cotto said that shit. Cotto said that shit. That shit had me wrong. Because he said it was so much. He's like, that shit's stupid, bro. Like, he want to die in the ring. He said, what's there for you in that shit? I got 3 kids that I gotta live for, man. He says, this
Yeah.
is just my job.
Nah, I feel that too, though. I mean, you say it's stupid. If you say it's stupid, it's stupid. Fuck it. But
Yeah.
look, that to me is just fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, I mean, the problem is he has such a. I think it is because he has such a competitive fucking instinct that losing is just it's devastating and it's just foreign. You know what I mean? Like people talk about it throughout different sports, like Michael Jordan, like Kobe Bryant. You know what I'm saying? They just losing just ain't is not part of their mentality. So they're gonna do whatever the fuck it takes to win.
Yeah, I remember.
When you do that, you're risking it, or you're risking getting killed in the ring, or you know what I'm saying, or at
Laid
least
out. Yeah.
fight knockout streak. Either one.
I mean,
hold on, real quick. I don't have anything technical. I just want to win. To be honest, who Spence?
yeah, he meant Spence. He's just a proud fan. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Work to get 3 of the 4 belts, along with building a name to become the A side. Oh God.
Yeah, that's great.
What channels you coming from, bro?
Bro, that's great. Yeah, Profit is 6. No, I'm just fucking with you.
What channels you coming from? You talking about 3 belts and building a name
A side and all this bullshit. Yeah,
Nah, it ain't bullshit. It's just not,
I don't give a fuck about this building name shit.
If he'd have caught the last 3 streams, then maybe that would have been a conversation. But
but
Are you talking about just his regular haircut? Or you talking about when he had the Sideshow Bob haircut?
Who you talking about? What?
You talking about Spence haircut?
What?
Who said
Who's
that?
that? Oh, I'm bugging. I thought it said enjoy his hairstyle. I'm stupid.
The Sideshow Bob haircut. I don't know where you reading the haircut at, fam.
I think did you read style and think hairstyle?
Yeah.
I fucking knew it. But nah.
Oh, his style, the hairstyle, huh?
Yeah, but my thing is
far from my phone. That's why I ain't.
Hey, that's funny as hell.
But you see, Crawford fans could be just as annoying, but I do be liking it when they be like, "Yeah, man, Spence put all that work just to give all them belts back to this kid in Nebraska."
Right.
That shit had me rolling.
Man, yeah, that part of it we don't need to talk about. Chris, you back?
Yo.
Oh shit. What was we just talking about before we got into that other stuff?
I mean, we're talking about Prograis having his hands in the wrong position.
Wow. Yeah. Chris, look, something
Yeah, I was watching it. I saw.
You saw it?
Yeah, no, first round. I can see it. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure.
Go ahead and technically break that down.
I don't think I can do it, sir. Be honest with you.
Yeah, Chris, explain that shit, man.
Yeah, you got it. You got it, man.
You asking for a lot from me.
As a matter of fact, Chris, Jim, you both do that. You guys spent 40 minutes explaining the art of defense. Explain this shit, bro.
I don't think that's defense. That's why it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's why he was getting clipped. Shit. Anytime, like I said, the only explanation I really have is he was getting caught between trying to have a high guard and the Philly shell, and he was only raising his lead hand.
I think he was
honestly weird because even when I don't know, it was weird, bro.
I mean, I think he might have been switching phones. That's the best way I could say it. Like
in a very wrong position though. Like that's not the position that you do that in. Like why? You know what I'm saying? So fuck, I gotta stand up and think about it. So on the front foot, you want to have your back phone up.
Yeah.
On the back foot, you want to have your front phone up. Now, well, in the open stance,
I was
it's
fuck.
still the same way, kind of. Uh, fuck. I don't even really care to explain this shit because that's not how I do it at all.
You're trying to you're trying. I was just fucking with you. You're trying to like.
Nah,
I'm literally.
I'm really trying to work it out in my mind, man.
Yeah, but you're trying to explain a bad fucking habit.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around the defensive utility of that, to be honest with you. I mean, I could try, but I'll
It
probably
don't make no
butcher it.
sense. Like in that
It's not
position.
defense.
Yeah. Hey,
Okay, so all right. So your lead hand's up, your back hand's in a sling. It's the
yeah.
open stance. So okay, you're blocking a jab, I guess, right? You're blocking a jab to the head, right? Because your lead hand's up, holding the phone, and a jab will come straight to it. You have no defense. Oh, I'm sorry. Damn, it's not open stance. It's closed
It's
stance.
closed. I was about to say.
Yeah,
I'm tweaking,
that's
bro.
left hand defense.
Yeah, I'm tweaking.
And
So look, so what I said in the beginning, bruh, is absolutely correct, fam. On the
Yeah.
front foot, your back hand is up. On the back foot, your lead hand is up. Yeah. There's no explaining this shit. No explaining it, fam. So yeah, in the closed stance, you're deep. Okay, you're blocking a backhand by holding the phone with your right hand, which ain't gonna work. You're gonna feel all that impact.
That's what I'm saying. Like my thing.
But yeah, lead hand hook's gonna get through all day, every day.
Or man, my thing is in the position that he was bent down. He was bent down with his hand up. I'm like, what's stopping Josh Taylor from just laying in an uppercut? And as soon as I said that shit, he ate a fucking uppercut.
Yeah, you're not guarding from shit, man. Except, you're not really guarding from shit. You're not.
No, there's no except.
Yeah, it's
Except
not even because even if
lead
Josh
hook.
Taylor would have threw that backhand like a backhand cross and met the lead hand, you know what I'm saying, where it was
Impact.
at on his face, god damn, he was gonna feel that impact, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and it's not as if Progress was turning these shits. Like, and he's not a defensively sound fighter. I would personally say. So I don't know, man. That's just a fucking flaw.
A major one.
And if he did that so often against Josh Taylor, I think it's safe to say he's done that in his other fights. But Josh Taylor exposed it because he.
But how many closed stance fights does a southpaw really have?
Probably not many, because the last one I think he had was against Ndongo. Wait, what is Gary Antoine Russell?
Southpaw, I believe.
Southpaw. Yeah, a whole Russell clan, I think, are Southpaws.
There you go, bro. There you go. Look, if they happen to fight, they fought next, that's gonna be in a film study, fam. Like, bro, he cannot do this, or he's getting knocked out.
Yeah, because Gary Antoine Russell holds a lot of fucking power on 140.
There is another brother that fights at what was it, like, I want to say 130 or something.
Who
He
Rashid?
fights at one. I think he fights at 120 or maybe even a little lower.
Who you talking
Yeah,
about?
Triggs, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
It's not.
I'm pretty sure all their names are Gary Russell.
Yeah, they're all Gary Russell.
Antonio. Oh wait, Gary Antonio Russell. He fights at bantamweight. He fights at 118.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's a top 10. He's another undefeated fighter too. Like, goddamn. Like, whose idea was that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
What
They all the same fucking name, bro. Like, I guess really confused. Like, look, I thought Jermell and Jamal was stupid, bro.
Yeah, I haven't heard much about the other brother as far as what he's doing.
Gary Antonio, yeah, because he's not. I mean,
does he have a loss?
No, he's undefeated.
Oh.
Yeah, he's actually at the rate that he's moving, he's going to be in a title shot very soon. If not, he will be a champion very soon. If Inoue wins the next belt and vacates and shit and moves up, he'll probably be in position for a title fight very soon.
So who do you be looking at for title contention?
I think
Like,
he
who
might
is
be. I think it might be Inouye's brother from what I remember.
Where is
I
that?
know he had a brother.
Oh
118.
yeah. We saw him fight before the Inoue fight, or before his big brother fought. Yeah.
I mean, is he a monster like his brother, or
No.
His power.
He's good though.
He got good skills. They both got good skills, but he don't got nearly the athleticism.
Yeah, he's got technical skills. He's got, but yeah, athleticism. Nah, he definitely don't have the power. Nah. Of who?
Wait, are we talking about?
We
Who we
talking
talking
about
about?
the Inoue brothers.
Tacoma. I think his name is Tacoma.
Oh, Tacoma and some shit.
Anyway,
we talking about the brothers, comparing them.
Something like that.
Yeah. Nah. He he don't got power.
Nah, he's got skills though.
He got
lost to the dude that Donaire knocked out.
Oh, he lost to the dude that Donaire damn near killed, bro.
On the undercard of their first fight. I remember.
Yo.
I was excited to see Inoue brother, and I was like, oh no, he lost.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he got from what I heard, I don't think he got like destroyed, but he got outboxed.
I remember it.
Who did he lose to?
Nordine Ouali, the last champion before Donaire.
Wow.
Yeah, that French fighter. Yeah, like I said, they're in contention for the IBF title. So if there's also this one guy in front of them, but most likely it'd be Gary Antonio Russell and Tacoma fighting for that vacant title.
I think when I did see Antonio Russell, he got like some majority decisions. He got like some close decisions.
Yeah, he do. Yeah.
So you got him beaten?
I don't have no idea. I have not watched enough of either one to really to make a decision like that.
Me neither.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, man, like here's the thing. I think that's so weird that like I don't want to speak for Inouye's like Naoya Inoue, but isn't there like a part of him that's kind of glad that his brother lost? Because like, if he would have won that shit against Ouali, he couldn't have been undisputed at this division. Like the title, he holds the WBC title because his brother lost.
Oh shit, they're at the same division?
Same division.
Oh, I ain't even know that.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't even realize that.
Yeah.
The first time I saw his brother fight was on the undercard of Inoue Donaire too.
Yep. And they're at the same weight class. Actually, no, I think I could be wrong, but I think Tacoma moved up to 122 recently. Which I think is kind of pointless if Inoue moves up himself.
Right. Yeah, but who knows, man?
Yeah.
Who knows? All right. Want to break this down some more, or y'all want to break down somebody else?
Break down what though?
Nah. Oh shit. It's off the screen. Give me a second. There we go.
Oh, Frank. Oh, yeah. We could, I mean,
that's what we started off doing.
Yeah.
We kind of drifted far away.
Because of Prograis, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I got him winning 7-9, 7-9 by knockout or unanimous.
Frank Martin.
Yeah.
Nah, dude's cold. He's athletic. He's got power. Shit.
Oh, that's Chris trigger words.
What? Oh, fuck.
He's about to tune out.
Oh, god damn. I've been hearing
Bro,
so much of it.
That was ugly, man. Hey, look, man. Hold on. Let me show that again. Look at the contact frame. Contact with the step around to the cross. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
But that athleticism, though, man.
That, right. So much speed.
Let me go turn on the PlayStation now. Let me zone out for a little bit.
Again. Look. The offense, frame, step around. Then the dude.
You know who I want to see?
Showing everything I like, man.
If we talking about upcoming prospects and contenders, like I know top prospects don't typically fight each other, like promoters avoid that and shit. But I would love to see Frank Martin.
Huh? Who gonna say?
Who am I gonna say? You probably right. But let me hear.
Right.
Fuck no.
Why you say? Oh.
Fuck no. I was gonna say Keyshawn. Nah, Frank Martin will fuck Ryo up. I'm talking about a real fight.
Well, I want to see it. Everybody they build up. Let's see how much. Let me see. Let me see if them flaws.
The greatest Mexican fighter of all time, Valenzuela.
Let's not do that.
Nah, man, I hate hype jobs. I'm talking about Keyshawn and Frank Martin, bro. I'm talking about the ghost versus the businessman in this shit. You can't tell me that
right away.
Fuck, bro. We gotta. Honestly, if we're gonna talk about this shit, we gotta figure out what the fuck is going on with Keyshawn Davis.
Yeah.
Got another fight.
I didn't even know about that shit. That's crazy.
Jordy.
What is up?
Man, you missed one hell of a breakdown, bro. You would have loved it.
I know. I saw the title. I'm around boxing so much. I'm coaching these fighters, training every day. I get tired of talking boxing. I like talking about fighting. I like talking about two people putting their hands up and how to do it. I get tired of talking about boxing, like the business. And then right now, boxing news is very business heavy, and it's just been weighing on me, dealing with my own fighters, careers and stuff like that, and then having to deal with just BS on the small time level, and then you hearing BS from the big times. Everybody's talking about. Literally, they got a video out right now called Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford argument gets heated. Like, I'm tired of it. You got two.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Two men that aren't Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford getting heated over those two guys that are supposed to throw down in the boxing ring. For a pay-per-view that won't outsell.
Hold on real quick. Look, you mentioned something that the next time I talk about the business of boxing, that's what I want to talk about. Because that's the only thing interesting about the business of boxing to me. The business of boxing on the small time level, because that shit never gets talked about, and nobody knows anything about these club level fights or any of that shit. So the next time I talk about it, that's what I want to talk about. I don't want to talk
real
about
fighters.
I don't want to talk about the high level or the high ranking and
nah, man.
You know what I'm saying? Where all the promotions and all that bullshit. I want to talk about the low level shit because I know about it. A lot of people don't know about it, so that would be interesting. But that was not the stream, Jordy.
Yeah, no, it's not this stream. We're talking about defense and defense. Beautiful defense from all these great fighters. So who did we have? Did we have a specific lineup or?
It was very very deep. Man, you're just gonna have to watch it, bro.
I'll watch it back.
Chris and Jem, man, they went. Especially Chris, I should say, man. Chris was just he just broke it down beautifully. That shit was like no fighter in particular, just defense as a whole. I think you would have loved it, Jordy.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch the tape back. I tuned in for a couple seconds and I heard the guy Chris. He was explaining when Terrence Crawford was fighting, and I was like, oh, I like this guy explaining this stuff. I'm gonna have to watch it back.
Yeah, nah, maybe
I
when
appreciate it, y'all.
maybe when we do it again, we'll have a bit more of a joint effort with more people involved. So
But this panel right here is a dope ass panel, real quick.
yeah, that'll do.
It is. Sometimes they'll keep it a buck with you. Sometimes it's guys waiting for you to be finished just so they can say what they want. A lot of different panels. I like this panel because we actually talk to each other on here rather than just try to talk over each other or wait for one guy to finish just so you could throw in what you want to say and not really talk about nothing.
Exactly. So, Jordy, I actually got a question for you. I asked Jem, Triggs, and Chris about it, and they couldn't figure out this shit for the life of them. You saw Prograde versus Josh Taylor, right?
Yeah, but the World Boxing Super Series.
Yeah. And obviously, I saw your video how you broke down the mechanics of the Philly shell and shit.
Yeah.
Can you explain why someone would do the reverse? put themselves in imagine someone doing the Philly shell but in the reverse position, for where instead of your back hands holding the phone and your lead hands in the sling, it's the other way around.
The only time I can really recall someone doing that, it's only for I've never seen anyone hold the stance that way, which was quite strange. But the only time I've ever seen someone do that, where they have the front hand holding the phone and the back hand down, is Chocolatito when he's masking the right hand before he throws it. He puts up the lead hand as a blocker at an angle to hide his back hand before he throws it, or he's trying to catch something off that front hand to know when to throw the right hand after. So he'll feel that touch and boom, then he throws it. Some guys do that. They like to catch off their forearm or there's certain things like that. Chocolatito kind of uses it more as a masking type of thing, but I've never seen it. I never saw that before where a guy's holding that type of position. I really don't know what the benefit there would be. I mean, everything's just inviting a certain punch. You want
Jordy,
to
it gets worse.
Counter.
Jordy, it gets worse. Not in the closed stance as well. So you're saying Chocolatito? What? So when Chocolatito does it, does he extend the lead hand, or he keeps it the phone up?
Well, he keeps the phone up and then he, pops it down a little bit so you can throw the right hand, so you can see. But then after that it's, he'll throw the right hand if he connects, Chocolatito follow up with 4 or 5 punches, bring the right foot over and roll out, dip under. And
all right. One more question. What is he blocking with the lead hand? Is he blocking a jab or a backhand?
It's usually a straight punch. With the lead hand, he's blocking a straight punch. Usually.
Wow. Okay, so he's feeling that. He's feeling that impact on a backhand.
So if you watch the fight with Quadras, you'll see him do it a couple times where he's hiding this right hand behind this lead hand, kind of like in this high phone holding position, blocking where this right hand is. Just kind of turns a little bit, points his lead eye at you, puts the lead hand up, boom, throws it right back.
So he uses as a counter punch.
Yeah, he uses it as a counter punch. Yeah. He's inviting a punch or
I had to go look at that. Because look, it happened. So why he asked you is because Prograde did it several times against Josh Taylor. It's southpaw versus southpaw, but it's still closed stance. And that shit was not working for him.
I mean, he wasn't doing that shit to invite a counter punch. He was doing it as defense.
Primary defense. Yeah, like at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen that. At Regis, that was a strange fight.
Yeah.
I thought he would take that one.
Well, I guess it's arguable.
But, that was a strange series of events. They had that fight. And I think before that, the Super Series, another strange fight. I was watching Eubanks versus Groves. That was so weird to watch.
Eubanks lost that shit, I remember.
I was like, what is he doing? I didn't understand what Eubanks' game plan was in that fight, but the point was just a series of weird fights by the WBSS, and they're no longer. I don't think they're doing fights anymore, are they?
We got some Rayo fans in the comment section. What fights, Jordy?
The World Boxing Super Series.
I don't think are they doing that anymore?
I think they couldn't pay some guys and they went bankrupt or something like that.
Bro, that was
one
one
of
of
the
the
best
best things in boxing. I love that.
I love the idea of it. Yeah,
It was much needed. The last time we got that was the middleweight tournament with B-Hop, Joppy, Tito.
Then after that, we had
Sugar Ray
Ward.
Robinson tournament.
We had Ward, Froch, Kessler, Taylor, all of them.
Yeah.
Nikki Holtzkin.
Real quick, Musa K, what's up? What you broke? The only reason Joey said he was a hype job is because somebody else on YouTube said he was the best
defensive
Mexican fighter ever. That's the only reason he's saying he was a hype job.
Bro, if you put ever next to a fucking prospect, he's a hype job.
What they say he was ever. What
The
they said
best defensive Mexican fighter ever.
All right.
Which is absolutely ridiculous.
That's
the only reason Joey's saying that, fam. We're not saying he's like a real hype.
No, he's not. He's not a real hype job. Like, but I will say, after I saw that shit, I checked out a video of Rayo, and the first thing I saw was him get his head snapped back by a fucking cross. I'm like, I thought that was like a minute in against a guy I'd never even heard of. Like, this is the I keep saying this is the best, like the same way best Mexican defensive fighter I've ever seen.
This is Valenzuela, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look, I have no clue how you get there. I don't know how you get there. That's all I'm saying.
That's a lot of Mexicans you're talking about. That's a lot of good Mexicans.
Bro.
No, fam. No, it's not even worth thinking about. I don't know how you get there, period. I mean, watching
a fucking prospect.
Watching any one of his fights, I don't know how you get there.
Yeah, you can't call a prospect ever.
Nah.
You can't say ever with the same prospect. So I don't even know.
Maybe worst.
Wasn't they calling Isaac Cruz like a mini Mike Tyson, or he's gonna be Mike Tyson or some shit like that?
The Mexican Mike Tyson.
I'm tired of people saying that.
Oh yeah, they said, oh, it's little Mike Tyson versus Mexican Mike Tyson when they had Tank versus Cruz.
Even getting off the technical aspects of everything, bro. Come on, man. Now, if Isak was knocking people out like continuously in the first round, second round, then cool, man. Bring up Mike Tyson's name, but damn, bro.
Neither man identical to Mike Tyson at all.
Especially not Tank, bro. Tank doesn't fight like Mike Tyson. I don't see that shit.
That's some racist ass shit where they try to say that they look alike or some shit like that.
What? They say Tank. Oh shit.
There's a photo out there with Tank's half of Tank's face and then half of Mike Tyson's face put together. I swear. There's a photo out there too with Tank and a Mike Tyson tattoo on his face. It's disgusting.
That's fucked up.
That's like saying fuck every Japanese fighters are like motherfucker Naoya anyways Bruce Lee, like some shit.
I mean, that'd be
we're not gonna go off on that, man.
Just saying. I know we had the Puerto Rican night when Vampire was fighting, but geez.
Look, so I haven't done any of this film study yet, but Shields versus Marshall.
Oh man, bro, look. I know most of us. I could maybe one of y'all do watch female boxing. But let's just give a round of applause for female boxing because, goddamn, they've had big fight after big fight this year, man.
They done stepped it up.
Yeah.
And I will say, if anyone can do it, it's Mrs. Marshall.
Can anybody? Does anybody know enough to break it down?
All I know, and it's going to be very short. This is a boxer versus puncher fight. And when I say boxer versus puncher, I have to express this to the people watching. I don't mean like a brawler. I'm talking about a highly skilled puncher, someone with excellent technique, with a good boxing ability, but has knockout power against a fighter who has arguably better boxing skill, but lacks the finishing capabilities, which makes this fight very enticing. But other than that, no, I don't know enough about Savannah Marshall to really break it down. I just know their records mirror each other. I know
I know a little bit about Savannah because she trained at the same. She trained for a week at a gym that I was at. I got to watch a little bit of Savannah. She was doing some sort of cross training up here in Massachusetts. She was training with the girls down in the gym, and I saw a little bit of her sparring and stuff like that. Nothing serious because I think it was more so of like a round robin shark bait type of thing where she was just giving the girls work that are amateurs. But the one thing that I see with Miss Marshall in her fights, I think I gotta look at the size difference and the reach difference, but I think she's gonna get really touched by Claressa because she's really undisciplined with her stance, and she tries to be like a female Tyson Fury. If you really look at her,
that's what I've heard.
It's a female Tyson Fury, but she's not tall enough to do that against. I don't think she's gonna be tall enough to do that against.
Explain that, Jordy.
So there's certain fighters where they can be very disciplined with both of their hands down. All right. I've never thought hands down or hands up. I've never thought one was better. I think certain guards work for certain hand position works for certain fighters
or situations.
Yeah. Savannah has only been proposed with one situation in her career, and that's fighting fighters that are a lot shorter. And even so, she's been in for longer nights. She's got knockouts on the record, but she doesn't have the power, I don't think, to stop a Claressa Shields. And she's always got her hands down. She's her feet.
I don't know about that.
She's got power, and you know what? Who knows? It's boxing, but just from a technical aspect, her chins are up in the air. She tries to do these herky jerky movements and stuff like that, but it's not really effective feinting or anything. It's kind of just like stance pattern. She goes front foot, she goes back foot, leans her head forward, leads her head right, forward, right. And it's the same thing all night, same head position, back and forth, both hands down. And then she gasses out easily. I've seen her in the middle of fights gassed out, both hands down, chin in the air. And I've seen Claressa Shields put it on for every single round in her fights. And I think it's just the discipline of Claressa Shields and Savannah Marshall not having that discipline in the ring is gonna tell the tale of the fight. I really think that's gonna cost Savannah Marshall. Her only being familiar with one situation is gonna cost her.
So Jordy, okay, so you said she often fights with her hands down?
Yes.
Always. Every round.
Like Jen, this is the first round. The first round, and her hands are already down. Like I'm not even talking about she got one hand, like convention. Yeah, like both of them, like that. One is literally the highest is like at her abdomen.
Yeah. And she's always fighting shorter fights. And that's effective. One thing I learned from Matavia when I was younger was go ahead.
Real quick, fam. How well does she control distance? How well is her head? Like how well does she move her head? Like the basic traits of a fighter that fights with her hands down, fam.
She moves her head. Like I've seen her move her head. She kind of throws a very fucking lazy jab.
Yes, it's a pawing jab. It's always to the glove too. She's paused to the glove, to the lead hand. Just like Zab Judah does in the southpaw stance.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a part of the lead hand and then a follow up.
Yeah,
and she's always counting on that slip to the inside, counter with the right hand.
That's what orthodox, right?
Yes, orthodox.
Yeah, she's orthodox.
Now I will give her credit and say her feet are very active, even when she's visually tired. When you look at her and her upper body looks spent, her feet are still active. She still moves. So she's a good mover.
From the out, so okay. So she
does keep distance well, but when she gets overwhelmed is where it gets problematic. And Claressa Shields is a hurricane in the ring with punches. she's gonna she can be drowned easily, even by these shorter opponents that she's fought. When they start to pressure her and she gets uncomfortable, you can see it.
Okay, so she doesn't change angles off the back foot well.
No. You know, there's a little bit of like that Adam Booth type of style where she's, you know, she's pinning the front foot and kind of like using the back foot kind of to spin off of. But there's a little bit of that, but it's not super effective, you know. It's just kind of to get out of certain situations in the corner, kind of like exit strategies. But when she gets overwhelmed, you can pin her.
And then it's
So-
the high guard.
I've never even seen her fight in a high guard. Yeah.
Wow. So when you pin her, is she still got her hands down?
Yeah. Oh, she'll clinch. She'll, you know,
I got you.
certain things like that. But it's just chin in the air, hands down, just counting on height. Just too much relying on height.
Well, I mean, the only way height and reach works is if your feet work too.
Right.
And
And that's the only credit I can give her is her feet. While sometimes out of position, her feet move.
So does she move backwards in a straight line? Is that her
Yeah.
tendency?
She'll take more than 3 steps back. Yeah, like I said, she'll get overwhelmed.
But from what I've
Yes.
seen, at least from her oh shit, oh shit, she just knocked this girl the fuck out.
Yeah,
But
she does have some knockouts on her record. She
Yeah,
does. She has
like-
a highlight reel online, I think.
yeah, no, like I think honestly, one of the reasons why they match each other up, aside from their history, their literal records, like they both have the exact same amount of fights, but their UD knockout ratios are completely reversed. Like Clarissa Shields has 10 UDs and 2 knockouts, and Savannah Marshall has 10 KOs and 2 UDs. So like it literally screams like a boxer versus puncher matchup. But from what I've seen, yeah, she likes to press forward. So unlike Tyson Fury knows how to fight well. I would say fighting backwards, knows how to move around the ring. Like she uses her legs, but for the most part, she's a come forward fighter.
And that's going to be a problem too. 'Cause she'll play Clarissa's game.
You looking at her?
I'm watching it now. Honestly, she has much more of a pro style than Clarissa Shields.
As far as punch volume and picking punches and stuff like that, I would say you're right about that. I mean, Clarissa's punch volume has always been the same, amateurs through pros.
Yeah, high volume.
output. Just relying on output. That's her problem.
But as we were talking about earlier,
and
it's going to be important for Savannah Marshall to use her legs because of that. You know what I'm saying? Especially if she fights in a low guard or, you know what I'm saying, with the hands down. If she can't use her legs, that volume's going to overwhelm anybody.
Yeah, I think that there's signs that Savannah can get overwhelmed.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I can't wait to study this film. This sounds interesting.
I told you, man. Like this.
Look, bro, I'm not. Look, I always admit, fam, I don't watch women's boxing like I should.
Yeah,
motherfucker, you think I do?
The depth is not there.
I always explain why, because the reason why is because skill is universal.
Bruh.
Athleticism is not universal.
I thought Breakus had a chance of being the first star, but I don't know. Cecilia Breakus from she's like Norwegian or from the Netherlands.
I saw her fight before, bro.
Oh,
she was on the final. She was the final. Put it this way: she was the final main event on HBO Boxing ever.
She was. Do you remember? Have you heard of Jessica McCaskill, Jim?
Yeah, I know McCaskill.
We just watched their last stream.
That's the person who took Cecilia Breakus's belts to become undisputed.
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't with it then.
Does anyone know who that?
Nah,
girl
you know what?
is that
McCaskill does have some skill. It's just her opponent last week was bro. It was just bad.
Who was the girl that gave Katie Taylor problems? That tall girl.
Pearson, something like that.
Oh my goodness, that girl was tearing Katie up, man. That was a good fight.
Yeah, I heard they ran it back though. And what's her name? Shit, Katie Taylor looked better that other fight. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, they all got nights like that. She's a great champion.
I mean, I feel bad for. I said feel bad, but Jem already said that how she don't agree. I was gonna say I feel bad for Clarissa Shields because, like, man, I feel like if she beats Savannah Marshall and she beats her easy, I think she should just be done with boxing, bro. Because, like,
Has she made any serious paper?
no, and I think this is her only fight to make serious paper. And the thing is, she's got what 12 fights going on 13, and she's already a two-time undisputed champion in 2 different weight classes, a 3-division champion, unified, pound for pound #1. Like, how are you a 10 or 12-time champion in 11 or 12 fights?
You think men's belts get handed out? Let me tell you something.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Go ahead.
Like that's my thing, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, at that point, I don't know if I was Clarissa Shields, bro. I'd be bored.
It sucks. It really is tragic because of a gender switch. I don't know, but it just sucks. It sucks to see because they take the same damage, same concussions, same damage, way less recognition for it.
Yeah, like, but at the same time, like, who was it? That girl?
What did we just say?
I said girls take the same damage. I mean, as far as it's boxing, concussions,
right?
Damage to your hands,
and so what?
But they get way less reward for it at the top levels. The top.
You mean money wise?
Yes, money wise.
But there's a reason. I don't want to get into it, but there's a reason.
Come on, y'all. There's asses and seats, bro. That's all that.
Bro, like, it's the same reason for female basketball, soccer, all of that shit. Like, let me ask you real quick. How often do you watch female boxing, bro?
When it's my fighters, and that's it.
Yeah, there you go, man. That's why they ain't making no money.
None of my females are pro. They're all successful. It's blue collar with the females. They're successful real estate agents that want to try boxing for the first time or fundraiser.
Yeah, so, like, that's the thing, man. Like I remember I told Jen this. I said Serrano and Taylor just made the highest purse of any female boxer in history. And he was like, "Really?"
What was
I said,
it,
"Yeah, it was
500,000?
No, it's like 2 million.
Oh,
or 1 million. Yeah. But when you be hearing all these other fighters, man, like, it's like these fighters, man, just for fighting a title limited, this shit, you have a little bit of a name. Like Ryan Garcia, man, this motherfucker. Oh, God, never mind. I don't even want to.
If he wanted to, the thing about Ryan that's crazy. If he wanted to, he could just milk the game at that C level. If he wanted to, milk it.
Look, I said it to Jem a few weeks ago when I had my list up last week. I'm gonna say it again. I said I think his next fight is a win-win because we either get to see one of two things from Ryan Garcia. We either A, get to see him like step his game up and take down a decent opponent, or B, I get to see Ryan Garcia laid the fuck out like Rolly.
I really hope he performs better because I wanted to believe that Ryan was better than what he displayed. I really wanted to believe so.
Bro, just go watch him hit the pad. He
can get his game under control and he get himself under control. And because I thought earlier in his career, I was like, you know what? This guy, I think he's better than people think. But
I don't know how a fighter who has that high of an amateur back pedigree and is a 15-time national champion, how do you have that many flaws for which I can point out, not just in your fights, but in your pad work, in your bag work, in your sparring?
Yeah.
Like I see all that. Like it's not a shock that when you go into the actual ring, all that shit comes out because you're not working on it. Like I showed Jem this one clip and they're like, Jem was like, they're training this kid to get knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Joe Goosen does for him. I don't know what would.
I
Oh
thought he was
man,
gonna tighten him up. That's what I thought. I thought Joe was gonna look like, yo, your hands too low, your chin's in the air, you step inside against a southpaw, all the shit that Jen pointed out, and just work on it to the point, and like and use your fucking jab, like please, like
Yeah.
like
Boxing development is not at the level that it needs to be to really start making those changes. Henceforth, why a lot of fighters, it's almost like they get to a certain level with the curriculum that they have, and then when they take that unfortunate loss, it's almost like their career is over, even if they have like 40 fights and they lost for the first time, because most development systems in the game are just not effective enough to really get them over that hurdle. And I can't not blaming all the coaches, but fighters also have to take responsibility for wanting to evolve as well. But
yeah, coach don't fight for you.
yeah, but there is a development problem with boxing that is truly an issue.
Do you think he's too molded? I wonder if he's too molded to be changed at this point.
he's too young to be that
Garcia?
molded.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand, because then we're talking about like what kind of person is he? What is he like?
Right.
Yeah, we don't know
And
him.
that goes into
We don't know him that well.
Is he dedicated enough to be changed?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that's hearsay, with that whole thing with Canelo and his team, talking about Eddie wasn't there, and then the other side was saying Ryan wasn't there. So like, I don't know. I don't know what kind of
There's
kind of
certain
person
guys
he is.
I would kill to train, and I'm gonna tell you what. Surprisingly, two guys that I would kill to train, and I think I could get in their head if I talked to them, just sat them down. Andy Ruiz and Ryan Garcia, because I see a lot of skill that could be had with both guys. They just need to get out of their own way.
Raw talent.
Yeah.
The raw talent is exceptionally high. I mean, Ryan Garcia, in terms of his raw abilities, is incredible. But I think there's also an issue. It's probably kind of like a Berlanga complex, where you got this physical trait that is extraordinary. What it looked like for the first 16 fights when he was sparking people out. But you kind of you put all your marbles into that. Yeah, and you don't adjust. It's another thing with Rolly Romero. Rolly Romero is a pretty strong MFer. He does pack a punch.
Yeah.
But I look at his coach, and I started putting the pieces together. I saw an interview about Bullet talking about when he fought Derevyanchenko, and how he was like, "Oh man, I was putting it on Derevyanchenko. If I had this, if I had that, I would have beat Derevyanchenko." And I watched the fight, and in my mind, I'm like, "Bro, there's no fucking way." But when you have
I feel bad for Rolly when I hear his coach talk. You're exactly right about that. I feel bad for him.
Hey, real quick, y'all. Real quick, man. I'm watching Savannah Marshall fight, man. Hey, she's one of the better female fighters I've ever seen.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I was gonna chime in on that. Like I like her style.
Yeah,
she's skilled. I just think
I see specific flaws like me and Chris was talking about earlier. She does do the rhythm step a few times.
Yeah, it becomes a pattern
every round. Shit, she throws a risky ass uppercut from the outside sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's what I was talking about with the bobbing.
A lot of shit is solid, bro. A lot of shit is solid. I haven't seen this particular fighter press her yet to see what she's like, in straight line, backing out in straight lines or anything like that. It's mostly her putting on the pressure. So, but man, she's got very good boxing skill.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy's Jem might just watch it.
No, here's the thing. Like Savannah, like if you look at her, just watch her train, watch her fight. Like you're like, oh, this is the same stance I've seen with other people who are highly skilled boxers. She has the demeanor of a highly skilled boxer. She does a lot of good things that highly skilled boxers do. I just think her tendency, her conditioning definitely needs to be worked on for this fight.
I'm definitely. I'm not. So shit like that, Jordy. I'm not gonna see in this time. I'm looking at these fights.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So
If you
go
find
ahead.
a full fight of hers, watch it. I don't know if I could post the link in private chat or something.
No.
but-
There's plenty. I can find it on YouTube. There's plenty.
Yeah.
Of it, but
That's a problem. Her hand placement's a problem, especially when she's going the front foot. Front foot, back foot hand placement doesn't change. I think that's going to be an issue because I don't think she's that slick.
mm.
And I
She's
think
got
that when she's pressed,
bad,
I
go
just
ahead.
think she's going to get pinned. I think she's going to get. I think she's going to get pinned and frozen.
Yeah, I gotta see her in a fight where she's pressed. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just gonna say she has what I call a sword and shield. It's kind of like what old school fighters use, where as opposed to like using the standing square and having your parry hand off to the side, it's to the front with your head over your back foot,
Yes.
and so your parry hand is right in front of your face with your lead
Yes.
hand down low. So that's why I call it the sword and shield. The sword being your jab and the shield being your right hand.
Sounds like the
Right.
old Stonewall defense.
Right. So I mean, she does have an active jab. I see what you mean, Jordy. By was it measures with it? Kind of tries to play around with the opponent's rear hand. But I mean, she can move her head off the center line, left and right. She does snake her head pretty well. She can move her feet, but she does break her base quite a lot. So
Yeah, for no reason too. I just
Yeah,
saw her do it again. Like, bruh. Yeah, I don't even know why she's doing that. There's no reason to.
There was a very she switches stances.
You know what? Hey, I mean, again, I saw it again. The most dangerous punches she throws are these fucking uppercuts, man. She's throwing uppercuts from places you just not normally supposed to throw them from. You know what I mean? And they're not even that slick.
yeah, it
It's not
reminds
like
me
it's
of
a counter uppercut. It's like, bro,
Ooh.
she's throwing lead hand uppercuts and backhand uppercuts from outside. But still, like in comparison to the rest of the females I seen fight, bro, she's one of the top.
I mean, she's the one who beat Shields in the amateurs. She's the only one that actually ever beat Shields ever in boxing. That's why this fight has any momentum whatsoever.
Bros, much respect to practitioners of the sweet science. I'm a new master's boxer, 45 or 1 year in. These breakdowns have me inching up levels every week. I'm going to shock them again tomorrow in the ring. Hey, man, much appreciated, fam. Good luck tomorrow, bro.
yes, absolutely.
Good luck.
Yeah. Shit.
Proud of Pierre. Appreciate the super chat.
You know, money. Yeah.
Which boxers have an elite level lead hand? Top 3. I don't know, bro. I never ranked them, man. Huh. Yeah, I ain't never ranked them, bro.
Yeah.
I
can think of 2.
I mean, Shakur, Crawford. I mean,
That's
it's not in
that's the
any
two.
order. It's not in any order at
Yeah.
all. Shakur, Crawford, Bivol,
Yep.
Golovkin.
Yep.
I'd say Fury.
Loma?
Fury. Loma. He'd be. So if I was ranking, he'd be down further on my list. There's a lot of other shit he does that, you know, obviously makes him great. But
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I think Fulton's starting to creep up in that conversation.
Yeah.
Elite level lead hands.
And we're talking about a lot when we discuss a lead hand more than just a jab.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
right.
like every fighter we've mentioned,
Yeah,
has a lot more than just a jab, which is why I haven't mentioned
yeah,
Devin Haney personally. It's
yeah. He's got a good
jab.
lead hand. He's got a good lead hand, but elite level lead hand, bro. You better be able to do everything off that motherfucker. I'm talking about
Guard
uh,
manipulation.
painting, probing, jabbing, manipulations, controls. You better have a hell of a fucking lead hand hook, whether
Heels.
that be a check hook or whatever. You better do a lot with that lead hand if I'm gonna say elite lead hand.
Yeah, if a dude catching your jab like shuts your lead hand down, then like that you don't have what would be considered an elite level
Yeah,
lead hand.
yeah. Yeah, no order found, but that's the names we named, I guess. My man's two-weight division champion, Timothy Bradley.
The Desert Storm.
What's good with you, champ? Free flowing boxing style with the low guard, which can make her unpredictable. Yeah, facts. Yeah, I'm watching her. I don't have no film on her, so I can't show it on the screen. But yeah, I was watching some highlights. What video y'all watching? I think we was watching all different videos of Savannah Marshall.
I'm watching FMK for me.
Shields has been down before. Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, but I personally, that's just me. I wouldn't worry about her being down by Clarissa Shields.
Savannah is Shields kryptonite. Okay, I gotta do the film study, man. This is the first time I've ever seen Savannah Marshall fight in my life. So,
I mean,
so
this
yeah, man. Let me bust that down on video, and I'll
Yeah.
get back to you.
this is the second biggest fight in female boxing this year, and right after that, the third biggest fight is actually on this undercard of Savannah Marshall versus Clarissa Shields.
Roy Jones, Tex Rock. What you talking about, Tex
You
Rock?
talking about lead hand?
Nah,
No. He did.
Roy?
As a matter of fact,
nah,
I put him on the
he can't be talking about that. I want to see what he's talking about, but nah, he can't be talking about elite lead hand.
I'll be
Now,
talking about
Captain Hook would definitely knock your ass out with a hook with that lead hand, but obviously he didn't.
we're talking about a fighter who didn't need a lead hand.
Yeah, aside from like a throwaway jab or an occasional probing jab, he ain't do shit with that lead hand.
I'm watching Shields versus Cozen, and Shields off the rip of the first round is not really being active enough for the lead hand. There's going to be a problem in having to deal with Marshall.
Look, hold on, bro. Have y'all confirmed this is the real bold head Bradley? God damn, bro. Easy Dime. I mean, if y'all been on these streams, bro, Easy Dime's been around for a minute, man. I can't believe this is still being questioned. But what the fuck is a real bold head Bradley? What the fuck?
I think he meant bald. I think he meant bald.
Yeah, I'm surprised this is even a question anymore, man.
It's just a real bald-headed Bradley.
Nah, this the Bradley with hair. What's good, family? Keep it going. Y'all sound great. Appreciate it, champ.
Yeah, you missed. I don't know if you were there.
Hold on. That's the crazy part, fam. They think we're calling like some random fan that's trolling champ and all this shit and introducing them, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we had a fake person come up and voice the champ too when he was on the panel.
Right. Right. He's actually shown his face before on one of these panels. But anyway, what was we talking about? Savannah Marshall. Let me look at Shields real quick, man. Y'all chop it up about something while I take my
So, Jordy, based off what you're saying, you think Shields pretty much got it in the bag with Savannah Marshall? Is Jordy even here?
I gotta see. I don't think he is.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he left.
What about you, Chris? What you think?
I mean, I'm looking right now at Claressa, and she definitely can be aggressive. Savannah Marshall does a good job of snaking her head, which is gonna prove a little bit difficult with Shields keeping her head on the center line and not really being active enough with the lead hand, and also just being what is called top heavy, which is like focusing on upper body defense and not enough on your lower body, your footwork. It's gonna be problematic, especially with a big puncher like Marshall. You're gonna want to give up some space. But I'm only watching one fight, so this could play out completely different if I watch something else.
Mm. Have you ever heard of Michaela Mayer versus Alicia Baumgardner?
Yeah, I've heard of the fight.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with.
Now, both of them I've seen fight.
yeah. Did you hear about their fight being official and it's an undercard against on the Shields Marshall fight?
Oh shit! It's an undercard.
Yup.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a pretty fucking good undercard.
How is it an undercard on Shield Marshall?
It's like a what do they call it? Like a co-header, a co-headline or some shit.
Wow. So wait, Michaela Mayer's not with Top Rank no more?
No, she is with Top Rank.
Oh
It's on.
shit!
It's a Top Rank fight. Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know.
Wait a minute. Savannah Marshall and Shields is a Top Rank fight?
Yeah, I didn't understand that shit either when I first saw it. Because neither one of them are top ranked fighters, at least from what I know. Wait, hold up. That's even funnier, considering what Bob Arum has said in the past too. That's just about female.
Bro. Look, from what I'm watching with Claressa Shields, bro,
be honest.
Nah, this is gonna be difficult as fuck. What do you mean?
I didn't say Savannah Marshall was a walk in the park for Claressa Shields. Jordy said that shit. I said that's that's the second best fight in female boxing.
Yo, look, if Savannah Marshall can control distance, it's a wrap.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I was looking at too.
It's a fucking wrap.
And again, I mean, there could be more fights to show Claressa being able to another term I call R&R, which is respect and recon. It's when you move backwards and take the time to see what your opponent's cooking up. If she can't do that, she's just gonna stay and hold her position. I think Marshall's gonna hit her with some things.
Yeah, damn. I'm gonna really have to look into this shit. Like, look, I gotta see a fight that Claressa Shields is really, using some decent footwork to close distance.
Damn,
and moving her head, bro. Like, because if I don't, if this is
move her head and spacing too. Don't forget about that, because Marshall's gonna be able to crack. She's gonna be able to try to move forward.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, all of that. Like, when I say close distance, I don't mean doing it while getting punched.
Yeah,
I mean doing it safely. Because damn, I mean, I keep just seeing her standing flat-footed and just letting her hands go. Yeah, this ain't gonna be. All right, cool, man. I can't wait to do the rest of it.
Yo, I was about to say, Jem sound excited now. He sound like he got a 50-50 fight on the line.
Shit, I don't know. It don't look like 50-50 to me right now, but we'll see when I actually get into full fights.
You know Showbiz, right?
Showbiz. Oh, the YouTuber?
Yeah. I remember he was one of the few people that straight up said with no hesitation, he's like, Savannah Marshall's gonna beat Claressa Shields. He said if these two fight, he's like, I got.
Do we respect Showbiz boxing knowledge?
Oh no, not usually. What?
Why you say it like that? Bro?
Okay, because like, look,
That man was flabbergasted, bro. Oh.
I mean, I look that's not a diss to another YouTuber. I'm
no,
just
it's
saying,
not.
like,
It's
look,
it's a
you
question.
got certain
Yeah,
standards
no,
over here,
no.
buddy.
No,
It
we're
was,
talking about
it was a reaction
credibility.
that was funny.
I'm not. I'm not saying. I'm not saying it to further cement that Marshall's going to win. I'm just saying I find it I'm thinking there's a reason why someone who has highly touted as Clarissa Shields, why he thought Savannah Marshall even had a chance, let alone without a doubt would be even with questionable boxing knowledge. There's got to be a reason for that shit. And when I saw Savannah Marshall's highlights, I'm like, hold up, she's not just some like because I look at the knockouts on paper. I'm like, oh, what is she just a come forward brawler? I'm like, hold up, no, she's got boxing skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, and
Look.
Clarissa Shields, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I got you. Why they lying? Look. So he says Clarissa was training on a treadmill throwing combos while walking backwards. Bro, from what I just saw, that has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it, fam. Like, can she safely walk forward while getting offense off? Can she safely close distance while getting offense off? I didn't. So from Savannah Marshall, I didn't feel like she had any problem with moving side to side and not maybe she has problems moving backwards, maybe, because I ain't even see that. But obviously I only watched whatever 5 minutes or some shit. But side to side was really her thing until she can get you to walk backwards. Facts. But moving backwards, just punching. I saw Clarissa Shields do it. I saw the fucking clip. Moving backwards, just punching ain't gonna do it, fam. It ain't gonna do it. And if
Well,
you're just working on that now, bruh, it's a little too late. It's a little too late anyway. So, did anybody else see that clip of her on a treadmill moving, walking backwards?
No, but the problem with that, it tends when you're going to use offense moving backwards. I mean, it helps if an opponent is going to be over aggressive and you're trying to
Exactly.
walk them into something as you move backwards. Marshall is showing to be conservative with her spacing and being able to work at the end of her jab. She doesn't seem to have issues like what we were talking about before, where she'll take a step forward as she jabs. If she has the reach advantage, adding on to the footwork, she's probably going to do a pretty solid job of not getting caught with something unnecessarily.
Right. Just because a fighter's walking forward doesn't mean it's an inside fight that they're seeking.
Yeah.
We see it plenty of times. I've seen, Floyd Mayweather walks forward. I've seen Floyd Mayweather walk forward. It wasn't an inside fight. You know what I'm saying? He's walking to his range and doing the same shit he always does. Crawford walks forward.
Shakur did it against Herring.
Shakur will make it an inside fight. But
yeah, but Shakur wasn't fighting on the inside against Jamel Herring.
Nah, he wasn't. But yeah, you're right though. Same shit. From what I just saw from Savannah Marshall, bro, she doesn't close distance. She maintains the same distance and just clips you from the outside.
Yep.
So that's not really gonna help Clarissa Shields. What's gonna help her is put pressure on. Being a smaller person in stature, period, is gonna help her to be able to put some front foot pressure on and close distance.
So let me ask you, Jem, do you see a clear route for Clarissa Shields to beat Savannah Marshall based off what you've seen so far?
Come on, bro. You're gonna add me on 5-minute clips, bro.
Yep.
I'm not even gonna answer that, man. I don't know. I watch each fight.
What about you, Chris? What about you, Chris?
Tough to call, but I've only analyzed 2 fights. I don't know when these fights happen, so at what point in their development, so I can't call that either. I gotta see recent performances, and and Habits, so on and so forth. But off of what I've seen right now,
It's looking like a tough task, ain't it?
yeah, yeah.
And you saying that's looking for a tough task for the undisputed champ.
Bro, I'm just saying, like, man, the difference between like, look, Clarissa looks way more amateurish than Savannah Marshall, man. Way more. Clarissa looks like it's just volume, and just letting your hands go. You know what I'm saying? To score points and shit, right? Like it doesn't. From what I just saw, man, it doesn't look like there was a lot of strategy and tactic behind landing punches. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, she needs to be able to adjust her presentation, take your head off the line, get your lead hand active. Even if you're cutting distance, you still got to take Marshall's hands at home so that she's not hitting you and nailing you with anything as you're moving in. You get close, you want to work on the inside. You're gonna have to rough her up, get those manipulations going. I mean,
Bro, I saw. Look, man, I watched 5 minutes. I even saw Savannah Marshall using controls from the outside on the shoulder, around the neck area. Like, bruh, like man. Look, so if I was just to judge off 2 5-minute clips, fam, I would say it's a mismatch. That's how bad I thought it looked.
Wait, say it again?
If I was to judge what's going to happen in this fight off 2 5-minute clips I just looked at, I would say it's a mismatch towards Savannah Marshall.
See, that's why I like this shit. It's a clash of style.
But no, you would never do that shit. Like, you can't really do that. I have no clue. Like Chris said, I have no clue when those fights took place that I actually just watched.
Of course.
I have no clue what the context around it, any of that shit.
Nah,
so I have no clue how good their opponents were, or what their opponents were good at, or you know what I'm saying.
I mean, for Clarissa Shields, you can bank that majority of the opponents that you're gonna see her watch have been world champions, if not undefeated top contenders.
Well, no, I'm talking. So when I'm looking at female fights, I'm talking about a skill level. I can't talk about champions, bro. I didn't seen the worst champions I ever seen in my life in female boxing. Bro.
Do you know that Clarissa Shields' pro debut, first win, is a current undisputed world champion right now?
And it was a blowout.
It was a fucking blowout.
Well, I mean, that's why I can't look at levels like that in women's boxing.
Like, imagine
men's boxing, yeah, I am gonna look at levels like that, but nah.
I got you, bro. I ain't judging you.
I'm just saying, bro. That's why I don't watch this shit, man.
I don't watch this shit either, man.
Oh, this Kozin fight or Kozin is recent that I'm looking at. The last fight.
Who?
Kozin.
Versus who?
The one that Clarissa. So I thought this was probably early on in the career or something. Happened in February this year.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no. I mean, what? Who?
Clarissa Shields versus Emma Kozin.
Yeah. And then I think what's her name? I think that's an opponent they share in common. Or it's either that or Femke Hart. So good thing is, Gems, you can actually compare if that means anything. They have a shared opponent. So you could compare them.
It don't because their styles are so different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not likely. That's not a similar opponent either. I'm looking at Marshall's record, and Cozin's not on there.
No, I was gonna use Femke Harkins.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad.
No, you good. That was a jam. Are you gonna do a breakdown by any chance?
Got a lot of she's throwing a lot of goddamn feints and shit. Goddamn, she's jittery. You
Ooh,
saw,
oh,
she saw
like
that
Tyson.
shit, bro? No,
Yeah.
hey, no, she's jittery like she's jittery like one of these crackheads in Chicago. Jittery.
You wrong for
I
that,
ain't
man.
never said, hey, yo, she is jittery as fuck and not moving her feet.
God damn, when's the last time
This
someone
stream,
got
this stream
stopped
is.
by Clarissa
Hey, the
Shields?
rest of this, hey, after we did what we did, man, the rest of this stream is gonna be horrible. We're talking about fights I can't even show.
How many people do you think are watching this shit right now?
I got the cat. There's only 24 people watching.
Hey, salute to those 24
Yeah,
people real
salute
quick.
to y'all, man.
Yeah.
Salute, man.
Yeah.
This shit is crazy.
Nah, but like on some, are you also gonna do a film study by any chance on Michaela Mayer versus Alicia
I
Baumgartner?
planned on it.
'Cause I don't know any of those fighters.
I'm not. See, I seen both of them. I seen Baumgartner fight twice, I believe, and I seen Michaela Mayer fight twice.
And would you say they're highly skilled?
Yeah, both of them. Both of them. Again, you got somebody with a little bit more of an amateurish style, and Baumgartner with a more pro style. But nah, they both got skills, man.
I mean, we've seen a pro style with knockout power lose to a fighter with an amateur style just recently with Taylor versus Serrano, even though that was a very fucking close fight that could have gone either way. And
Okay, so Champ says Shields is the sharper puncher, the faster, more athletic fighter. There is a lot of fat on Savannah's slow ass punches. The speed is gonna kill Marshall, in my opinion. She is a lot faster as I'm watching, but shit, I don't know, man.
what's the difference in arm reach and shit between those two?
Yeah, I don't, man. You can look that up first. Shit.
Let me see. I think Savannah Marshall. God damn, she's tall as shit.
How tall is she?
I'll just say 6 foot. And Clarissa Shields, if I were to recall, she's 5'8". And she got what they call her the T-Rex for a reason, because she got like short ass arms. Let me see. Arm reach for Clarissa Shields. She got a 68-inch arm reach, which actually isn't bad.
Nah, that's not short. Shit, for 5'8".
I mean, like, but I also think of a ridiculously long arm reach from Terrence Crawford, who got a 74.
Well, that's the man too. I mean, we ain't comparing them to men.
Why not?
But what's Savannah Marshall's why not? What's Savannah Marshall's wingspan?
I'm looking for it. Let me see. I swear. Fuck. Where is it? Yeah, I can't. It looks. Let me see.
Look, Chris, you still
Yo.
watching that fight?
Watching Marshall versus Hermans right now.
Bro,
Okay,
what?
Talking about
this what I saw, fam. A lot of the shit that Clarissa Shields was doing against Cozen, I mean, just from the little bit I watched, I don't think she's going to be able to do any of that versus Savannah Marshall. It's not going to be the same dynamic. Like, this woman, Cozen, doesn't look like she can control distance very well. It's like she's always at the end of Clarissa Shields' punches, or where she chooses to position herself is always at the end of her punches. Never out of range. It's just right there. You know what I mean?
right.
She's expecting to it looks like she's expecting to have 50-50s with Clarissa Shields. Oh yeah, Clarissa Shields. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. And the rest of the, I mean, you know, what Tim said, I mean, she's definitely the sharper, quicker puncher. Is just with Clarissa, it's an issue of posturing and not being active in some form or fashion, that's going to be tough with a fighter like Marshall, who's always kind of breaking the defensive anticipation of her opponents with their movements.
Yeah. Yeah, and how well is Clarissa going to be able to set her feet with Savannah Marshall doing that? I know what you're talking about, like the constant side to side. You know what I'm saying? Changing head slots. Throwing a jab from long range. Like, bro, she's like I said, man. She looked very well skilled, man.
Yeah,
What? We're literally having a conversation with. Champ Shields could win off her back foot with the subtle controlled movement or moment, or probably movement, making Savannah reach and make her ass pay. Trap setting. Yeah, I ain't seen that fight yet. I got I'm watching film. The night of a live stream is probably not the best idea because yeah, I definitely need to watch at least 3-4 fights.
I mean, Jim, man, this fight's taking place in a month. You don't got that much time for the film study, bro.
Nah, I ain't worried about that. I could do it within like 4 or 5 days. But
Along with the
anyway,
other fights coming up.
Usyk Joshua 2 is next. I'll probably do this one after. I thought this fight was in it's in August.
No, wait, which fight?
Clarissa Shields versus Marshall.
Nah, that's just in. No, it's just in September.
Okay.
Just forget what I said. Yeah, I'm tired. I realized it too. I just realized it too.
2 months away, bro.
I was like, I'm like, hold up. I'm like, this fight's September 10th, if I recall, and it's July.
I would say to Tim's point of anticipation, Shields going to have to look for cues in Marshall's movements. For instance, trying to transition to southpaw without really effectively, covering that motion. Marshall has on a couple of times has switched stance without really showing something to her opponent to mask that movement. And she is susceptible to getting caught as she closes distance from there.
What is this girl's arm?
Yeah. Look, I'm trying to I need to see again, I'm still watching the Kozin fight, and I'm trying to see if she has the ability to she's walking forward in this fight, but she doesn't have to put forth any real effort to close distance in this fight. So I'm not on a fight where she's fighting off the back foot. So I had to watch that too. But in this, man, she's not doing anything special to close distance. Okay, all right. Now I just saw it. She did a little feint forward shuffle, backhand that landed clean. But I really need to see her slip and move around it because that's what it seems like it's going to be on her. Probing jab, stiff jab at times. But Kozin is moving back and forth, though, left and right. She's just not as smooth at all, or not as smooth as Savannah Marshall. And not as long. We're going to see, though, man.
Bruh, what the hell?
Shields can do it all, Brody. All right, man. Tim seems to be higher on Clarissa Shields. Yeah. Tim real high. Man, I can't wait to do the rest of the film study, man.
Shit, it'd be even better if
I'm
the
only
champ
going to
is the
report.
one.
Go ahead.
It'd be even better if champ is the one who's on the fight.
Is he? Hey, champ, you going to be on that? I would imagine if it's really on ESPN.
what is this girl's arm race, bro? It's just like unknown.
He said he's not sure.
Well, if Claressa's going to use a back foot strategy, she's definitely going to have to focus on her disengagements. Bait Marshall into a 50-50 walk off. Whenever Marshall tries to be aggressive, get her spacing, cool off Marshall, use lateral motion. Then later on in the fight, see if Marshall, overcommits to not just a punch, but into like a movement transition, like how she stance switches, and look to catch her as she's going into that transition.
Yeah. Look, and walking forward.
Right.
Again, I guess I gotta watch what you're watching. What fight is she on the back foot, Chris?
For who?
You're watching Shields on the back foot.
No, I did see her disengage. You're watching the cousin fight too, right?
Yeah, I'm watching the cousin fight, but she's
Yeah.
mainly on the front foot. But I'm just peeping her step in as she's walking forward, and you know what I'm saying, what she's choosing to throw and all that type of shit.
Right. No, and I'm just saying, if she's gonna go for that strategy, like that's an approach she's gonna have to implement.
Which
Like,
strategy?
well, just baiting the 50-50,
Yeah.
taking her disengagements, making sure that she gets her spacing as Savannah Marshall tries to press. Use that lateral motion, stay off the ropes, of course. And if Marshall gets accustomed to that spacing, she may throw one too many jabs moving forward. Shields can hold her positioning and look for a counter, or counter one of Marshall's stance switch transitions.
Yeah.
Because Marshall has a tendency to switch stances without really masking her motions.
Yeah.
She could try to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
If she's going to be on the back foot.
The little bit I saw from Marshall, yeah, she definitely double jabbed into a counter overhand a couple times.
Yeah.
In like a very, short amount of time that I was looking at film of her. So on a random fight. So
yeah.
So yeah, I got you, man.
Jen, do you think Marshall has a long arm reach? You would guess.
Yeah, I would guess. Yeah, she's tall as hell. What is it?
Man, your guess is as good as mine. I've checked BoxRec, The Zone.
No, she looks like she's very lengthy. I mean, to be a 6 foot woman, I would guess her shit is damn near as long as mine.
How the hell? How is this a quote unquote super fight and you don't got one of the fighters' arm reach? That's just, I don't know, man. That don't make no sense to me.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not on BoxRec.
Nah, that surprised me because I checked. Is it just her? Is Shields too? Yeah, these points don't make no sense, bro. Oh my god, how did they come up with these point systems?
What are we talking about here? Shields is showing improvement with each fight. She's always working. Champ hopes he gets the assignment. Shields has made a lot of great fighters look average. Who? Well, bro. All right, man. You're going to have to prove to me that there's a lot of great fighters in women's boxing, bro. I'm sorry, man. What are we talking about? Jordy left. He was the most well-versed.
On what?
On female boxing, I believe, right?
I mean, he's training female fighters and but none of them, he said it himself, He said none of them were pro. But I asked him like, have you watched any other fighters? He said none out of the people I trained. So no.
Right, but I'm saying like, how many great fighters are on Clarissa Shields' resume?
Okay. You see, you say great fighters, like,
Yeah, what does that even mean?
because if you look at her resume, you would be like, oh, she's beaten champions. She beat an undisputed champion, a future undisputed championship. But then you
Creeping
look at
into
the
them old conversations now.
I don't want to talk about nothing. I don't want to talk about nothing but skill.
exactly.
Tell me they're a great fighter in skill. I'm not doing that with women's boxing, bro. I saw a female champion that got beat by somebody with a little bit of skill because she had none. Like damn near none. Like, she looked horrible. I can't even remember the names, bro. It was on one of these live streams. We stopped paying attention to the fight. Marshall has a lazy ass jab at times. She has a lazy ass jab all the time.
That shit.
Nah, so look, part of the definition of a lazy jab is not bringing your jab back to your chin. She never does that. She fights with low lead or low hands. I mean, if that's how you want to define it, then yeah, but I mean, there's other shit to counter that as well. Obviously, controlling your distance. If you so you jab to the front, you jab off the back foot to the front foot, but if you can get your weight off that front foot quickly, it doesn't really matter if you have a lazy jab because you can step right back. Now, did I see that out of Marshall? Sometimes, but then when she double jab, she got into trouble with them overhands.
Yeah, if you're gonna use a sword and shield, you gotta keep the distance.
Yeah.
We know who Blacklight picking.
Marshall whole resume is trash, bro. Don't they have some of the same fighters on their resume?
They got, I think, 1 or 2.
Oh, okay. Big reach advantage. Oh, okay.
You know the reach?
What is the reach, bro? Hey, what's Savannah Marshall's wingspan or reach?
Shit, I would guess at least like 74.
Marshall beat her in the amateurs too.
Yeah, well, that's the only reason why this fight is even relevant, because she's the only person that's the only person who's ever beaten Clarissa Shields in a boxing match, period.
Boxing on the Edge. Much love for the super chat, fam.
Money to burn.
Says big up gems. Hey man, much appreciated, fam. Go check out Boxing on the Edge YouTube channel, fam. I checked it out the other day, bro. I'm a rock with you. But yeah, I ain't gonna look at no more tonight.
You sound beat.
Nah, I ain't beat. I just after actually, yeah, after me and Chris did our thing on the system shit, I poured my little cup.
Oh. That's the nicest way you could say it.
Nah, if I ended it now, it'd be real early for us.
I mean, yeah. But like, same time you say real early, but it's a 4.5 hour stream.
Facts. But shit, the normal streams be 6.5, 7 hours.
Yeah. Who would you say are the smartest female fighters?
Why would you ask me that? I mean, I don't think anybody on the panel could really answer that question.
I
We
can't
don't
answer
we
that
don't
without
watch
sounding
it.
like a casual.
Yeah, we don't watch female boxing enough.
Yeah, like you see,
Unless
I can.
Chris, I don't remember you saying. Do you watch women's boxing a lot?
No, not all that much.
Right. So none of us can really answer that question, bro.
Our guess will be as good as yours, bro.
Yeah. Who would you say is the smartest female fighters that you would be informing me?
Facts. Like I
Give
would,
me some names to look up.
my list would literally be ESPN's, BoxRec, or any of them shits because I don't fucking know. So I'm not gonna give that list.
Look, I don't have to know. I don't have to know the fighter's history and all that shit to break down strengths and weaknesses in the ring. That's gonna be evident within film, whatever film I watch. So that don't matter. Matter of fact, half the male fighters I break down in film studies I've either watched once or twice or I've never watched. If they're not, you know what I'm saying, the bigger names and shit like
Cattle.
that. Like, shit, Mark Magsayo, bro. You think I watched him fight before?
Yeah, the only fight I know of him from is Gary Russell.
Facts.
So I gotta say the same
Actually,
thing.
that's not true. I know him from one fight. That was under the Pacquiao Ugas
Oh,
undercard.
same. You right. You right.
That was my first fight with Messiah.
Yeah, you're right. But Jack Catterall, I never seen him fight.
Never.
Ray Vargas, I had no idea. I'm
Oh no,
really became familiar with him. Like,
I ain't even do that film study. So
Bro.
and, I never
if you
seen
would have
Ray
told
Vargas
me, if you would have told me you were a Catterall fan, I would have called you a liar, John.
a Catterall fan? Nah. If I'd have told you I was anybody's fan, you should have called me a liar.
Nah, just like I be watching Catterall, man. I watch him on the regular and shit.
No,
He's like, man, fuck out of here.
That was absolutely the first time I seen him fight in film study.
I mean, majority of stuff I watch is like, you know, older stuff. To be really honest.
Yeah, I got you.
I mean,
what era do you watch?
I mean, I would say, oh man, honestly, I watch it from 2000s to early 1900s.
Oh shit! Yeah,
shit.
Okay. Every era,
Every era,
every era from the 1900s to 2000. Okay, I got you.
You see, when you said 2000s, I thought you were gonna go to recent time.
Right, 2000.
I mean, like minus like a few, like I guess, yeah. I mean, I watch boxing now as well, but you know, I like going backwards because you know, oddly enough, I'd say from like the 60s to the 80s, like boxing skill was probably arguably at its highest on average.
Shit. The fucking the talent sure as hell was.
Okay. Oh, okay. He's saying Katie Taylor and Clarissa Shields. Sinisa Estrada. Sinisa Estrada was actually my first female boxing breakdown, but it got blocked by YouTube before I had a Patreon channel, so I had to delete it. It took me like 3 days to make. It pissed me off, bro. It's the first time. It's the first time a video just got completely blocked for me, man. And it's so crazy, bro, because man, don't female fighters need as much promotion as they could get?
It discouraged you from making any more of that shit.
I swear it did. It did, fam. It did. Like, okay, I'm not messing with DAZN and female fighters. Well, DAZN got all the female fighters.
That,
So,
except for Michaela Mayer, I guess.
I can't say who's the smartest, but I know who I like to watch. Alicia Baumgartner. Yeah, nah, she's nice. She nice, man. I like her skill set.
Bro, that's a good undercard for Shields, Marshall. Right there.
Yeah, that is. To have a female undercard and, you know, to a bigger event is pretty dope. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, female boxers coming up.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing. I don't think this fight's gonna is gonna be like Taylor Serrano for that shit was at the MSG.
Right.
Yeah,
Where's this one at?
I don't even fucking know.
Oh damn. I actually watched Catterall years before the Taylor fight. Oh man, he was a good one.
Triggs, man, you
You was studying, wasn't you?
This
Sheesh.
man, yeah, I got. Did you watch? Were you watching Kambosos before he fought Tio?
No. Oh, you know what? By happenstance, I actually saw Cambosos versus Mickey Bay. I did see that fight.
Hmm.
So yeah, I was somewhat aware.
I mean, like I heard it, dude, but that's because my he trains in Florida, near where I lived and shit. So and some my brothers knew of him and shit, but I didn't watch the motherfucking fight.
Chisora Pulev, I did know. I'm not watching film for that. But Chris, you was about to say something?
Oh no, nothing important.
Yeah. Anybody care to make
About
a pick with Chisora Pulev?
oh, that shit's happening.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh shit! I didn't even know that.
I'll just watch the highlights.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch the highlights.
I mean, I got Pulev just because, like, why not? Chisora, man, he's a great what's the word? Gatekeeper. This man's fought just about
That
everybody.
gatekeeper can spoil the hell out of you. So
Facts. He gave Usyk problems.
Black Light, man, is it much to ask that you just say the fighters' names correctly and we don't get into the
oh my god.
Canelo.
Man, come on, bro. Yeah, we know how you feel, bro. You've been on here long enough. We know how you feel. The whole card is better than Canelo versus Triple G. Who else is on the Canelo versus Triple G card? Do we even know yet?
Why is he coming at this man so hard?
Man, I've seen some name combos in this community, bro. Especially with like Floyd and Pacquiao.
Oh yeah, trust me.
I ain't gonna
Gems
say
called me that. No. Gems called me one of those before.
Oh, Pactard?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're self-proclaimed. What you mean?
I was.
What you be? Hey, man. Yeah, I was confused. Chris, how old are you?
28.
28 years old. So, in 2015, you were 21, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know where your boxing knowledge was at then, but how did you feel about Mayweather versus Pacquiao?
Oh, I knew Floyd was gonna win that.
I could tell you for a fact. I could tell you for a fucking fact. My boxing knowledge was nowhere near what it was now, and I was watching that fight like prior to it happening with my fingers crossed.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Because my thing was just like, dude, he's got to knock him out. I knew that even then. I'm like, it ain't no way he's beating Floyd in a 12-round fight. Like,
yeah, I got you. Hey, Will Stokes says it's in the O2 Arena in London. Marshall Shields.
I'll be like, cool. I don't know what the fuck that is, except that it's in London.
Black Light, man. Bro.
Shit, Sora Fule. you just being lazy at this point.
Stop it. No, actually, he's trying to be innovative.
Shit, Sora.
It's not lazy. This is, I mean, you really got to think about this type of shit. Shit, Zora and Fulev.
Okay, what did they do? They're not even on the Canelo Triple G undercut.
Canelo name, dog.
Canelo. Yeah, you get Canelo.
And then when they did with his last name, bro, like, oh no.
Why we?
Alvaroid.
We could talk about. No, we can't really talk about it, but we all know what they've done in the past. So, bro, just say their names, man. It don't matter, man.
Shit, you know they call what they've called Mayweather. That shit don't even make no sense.
Gay weather?
Yeah, like why?
I don't know. I guess all those women around him made you think he was gay. I don't know, man. It's weird.
Like my thing is just like why are you so mad?
Hey, man, right now I'm shedding off viewers like this motherfucker. Like a motherfucker, I don't really care though. This is the longest stretch of women's boxing talk we've ever gotten out of
It's
you.
probably gonna be the longest one you ever see on this fucking channel.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
Like, you're gonna be like, hey, like, I don't know, man.
God damn, now they joining in. Canelo Alvaroids, Canelo.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, that's a lot of hate for that man.
When I was a casual, I call him Run Weather.
What?
All right, man, I'm finna end the stream, bro. Ain't nobody watching. Fuck it.
How many people here anyway?
We down to 21.
Hey, it didn't drop that much.
Yeah. Either way, man. Hey, the shit at the beginning was dope.
Now we just get into the foolishness.
Yeah, the rest of this shit been cool. But hey, chat, appreciate you, panel, man. Hey, Chris,
You
Joey,
killed it,
sir.
bro.
all the time. Anytime I do this, you're always welcome. We'll talk about if we're gonna do like other parts of the system series or whatever.
Yeah.
Shit.
Um,
I'm waiting for offense.
well, man, I think we had to break it up, man.
That
So
footwork.
defense, honestly, we could have broke it up into like segments and I actually could have had some notes with Chris. We could have actually like really went in on different aspects of it. But offense, man, we really got to break that shit up because I don't know, we really didn't get into counter punching, which is obviously
Defensive.
transition from defense to
Of
offense.
offense.
But I mean, we touched on it. But how do you add in counter punching with the rest of your offense? You know what I mean? Like how do you I don't know. To me, those should be broken up in segments.
I'm gonna be real with you,
Yeah.
man. When I saw that system of boxing's defense, when I saw it was only 16 minutes, I was surprised. I thought that shit was about to be an hour.
Oh no, that's only because I put together the clips shit yesterday. So it could have been. It could have been. If I'd have really went in, it could have been. But fam, I mean, that's kind of a waste of my time.
Nah, I think what you have so far is a good amount for the channel.
Yeah, I hear you, but definitely I could have made a way longer video of clips while we talked about it, but I don't think any of our talking points were that long anyway. So it is what it is, man. We'll do something different the next time.
We got a fight tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow.
Yeah.
For the Magsayo versus Vargas fight, see if all this shit we was talking about comes true.
Hell, maybe Vargas knocks Magsayo out. Maybe Magsayo boxes Vargas.
That would be interesting because I wouldn't expect it.
And you'd lose all your bets.
But anywho, all right, y'all, man. Y'all have a.
All right, brother.
All right.
Take it easy, y'all.
Yeah.
All right, Joey. Be easy.
Easy, man. Peace.
All right. Later, chat.